and wait for the attendees to come in. Okay, I'm going to call to order our regular board meeting of Tuesday, January 11th. Can I get a roll call, please?
Student board member Dana?
Yes.
Student board member Lyra?
Yes.
Trustee Boyd?
Here.
Trustee Davidson?
Here.
Trustee Doss?
Here.
Vice President Durham?
Here.
President Hinckley?
Here.
Superintendent Wells?
Here.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. I will now recite the Pledge of Allegiance for anyone who wants to join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And can we get our meeting norms and vision statement read, please?
I can start. The mission of Albany Unified School District is to provide excellent public education that empowers all to achieve their fullest potential as productive citizens. AUSD is committed to creating comprehensive learning opportunities in a safe, supportive, and collaborative environment, addressing the individual needs of each student. Our meeting norms are as follows: maintain a focus on what is best for our students, ensure a safe environment for all views to be expressed, treating each other, staff, and the public respectfully, endeavor to find common solutions to issues through collaboration without sacrificing one's beliefs and what is best for students, and make a commitment to effective deliberation, each one listening with an open mind, while others are allowed to express their own points of view, even if one disagrees.
Great, thank you. There was no action taken tonight in closed session. Can we get approval of our agenda? Or Superintendent Wells, I think you wanted to make a change, propose a change to our agenda.
Yes, Madam Chair, President Hinckley, I'm requesting that we pull item 12A, which is the original request for an extension on the mandated vaccination. Last week, we were concerned about the numbers we have out there, and the landscape is different now with our numbers, and it's doable, where we don't need an extension to address and adhere to the board's vaccine mandate. And so it's at this time, it's an item that's not needed. Thank you.
So board, I'll take a motion on our agenda if someone wants to approve it, removing the item 12A. Vice President Duran.
I move that we approve tonight's agenda while eliminating item 12A.
Second.
Okay. Student board member Dana let me know that she is having internet issues, so she will join us when she's able to, just FYI. So we'll start with student trustee Lyra.
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Doss, you're first.
Yes.
Vice President Jerome.
Yes.
President Hinckley.
Yes.
Trustee Boyd.
Yes.
Trustee Davidson.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. The agenda is passed unanimously with the removal of item 12A, and I do understand that we will be getting some information about student vaccinations as part of the staff report, so that won't be lost. That part of the discussion will still happen.
Madam Chair, before you go on, I'm getting this weird pop-up from from co-president ATA Chris Knight, hands raised, and I never seen that before on my screen. Do we have a computer glitch or?
No, so they have their hand raised to speak during the beginning of public comment.
Okay, it just never popped on my screen the way it did before. Okay, thank you for that.
All right, so our next item is a spotlight. Our Albany students are going to spotlight Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. for us. So I'm not sure who I'm handing it off to, but.
Okay, you can hand that off. And I think, Mrs. Chen, if you can facilitate bringing the folks up to do the spotlight, that would be great.
Yes, I just promoted Linda Williams. She's going to be presenting.
Oh, great, thank you.
Yeah, Linda, are you going to share your screen?
Yes, I am.
Great,
Let me give Mrs. Linda Williams an introduction. Tonight, we're so fortunate to have one of our fearless leaders here in our community, president of the Black Parent Association group, and has been a mover and shaker around equity and inclusiveness for our Albany community. And she will be facilitating and introducing folks who will be presenting the dedication of Martin Luther King.
Thank you for that. And thank you, board, for allowing me to be here this evening. I will be showing you a video compilation of a few of our students who volunteered to participate in this project. And so I just want to thank their parents for voluntold them to do this. And also a big shout out to our students for complying and participating in this important event. So I'm going to share my screen and start the presentation. Oh, sorry, it went ahead of me. Okay, so what we did was we asked our students to give us a reflection on Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s impact and his legacy. So as you know, January 17th, 2022 is MLK Day. It is now officially a day of service. And what you may not know or may remember from years past, that during the 60s and during the 70s and 80s, hundreds of thousands of people marched and boycotted and made awareness of the need for Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. And that day is now considered a day of service.
We're not hearing the audio for the
Okay, let me stop.
video.
Hold on. I always forget this one little part. Sorry.
He believed that everyone deserved
Can you hear it now?
an equal chance, an equal
Yes.
pay, an equal life. He fought for things that were difficult and dangerous to fight for. I believe that. Oh.
Hi, Linda. I'm sorry that we only heard a portion of the video. Is it possible to start from?
Yeah, something is going on with the video where it's not playing the way I rehearsed it. I apologize.
Hello, my name is Ella Boyd, and I'm in 7th grade. Dr. King was a man who fought for everyone, not just for himself and for things that would affect himself. He believed that everyone deserved an equal chance, an equal pay, an equal life. He fought for things that were difficult and dangerous to fight for. I believe that in honoring him, we keep his legacy alive.
My name is Mia Boyd and I'm in 4th grade. Martin Luther King Jr. was so important in the civil rights movement. He fought peacefully and he was so brave. He led the March on Washington where he gave his I Have a Dream speech. He only lived to be 39 years old, and it's amazing how much he accomplished in his life. Martin Luther King Jr. did so much to help everyone be treated fairly no matter the color of their skin. Martin Luther King Jr. did so much to make this country better and more fair.
Even though we face the difficulties of today and tomorrow, I still have a dream. Yeah. It is a dream deeply rooted in the American dream. I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. I have a dream that one day on the red hills of Georgia, the sons of former slaves and the sons of former slave owners will be able to sit down together at the table of brotherhood. I have a dream.
Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring, ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of our new day begun. Let us march on till victory is won. Stony the road we trod, bitter the chastening rod, felt in the day that hope aborn had died. Yet with a steady beat, have not our weary feet come to the place on which our fathers sighed. We have come over a way that with tears have been watered. We have come treading our path through the blood of the slaughter. Out from the gloomy past, till now we stand at last, where the white gleam of our star is cast.
All right. Thank you all very much. I hope you enjoyed that brief presentation.
Wow, that wasn't just a presentation. It was a reflection of what we hope to be our foundation in humanity. King died at age 39, gave his life so others can live, so that we can live, hopefully one day in harmony, where the word equity becomes a reality. And I just always get tear-jerked about reflecting on what some folks, old folks would say, overcome. We've come a long way, but yet we got a long way to go. And to have our young people still uplifting and holding on to the legacy is inspiring. And my hat's off to those young folks. And thank you for presenting this, because it's a stark reminder about what our work is all about as we make sure that we're intentional and purposeful about being inclusive of all kids. We can't leave any kid behind. And thank you for that. To Trustee Melissa Boyd, I heard a couple last names by the name of Boyd. I'm assuming those are the Boyd, come from the Boyd family. Thank you for what you do for your kids and how they become an inspiration to the Albany community. Despite how young they are, the old and young can look to them about how to model appropriate behavior by including everybody from every walk of life, whether you are a kid who get additional services under the umbrella of special ed, to a kid who's just special, because we all are special. And I was just moved by that, and can't help but to be moved, because I realized that I have the opportunity I have here in Albany because of the many sacrifices and lives that was given for someone like me to have a chance to break the cycles of poverty, to be raised by a mother who raised 5 kids by themselves in deep poverty, and yet have an opportunity in America where the First Amendment doesn't apply to everyone else, but it applies to people who look like me, because I'm America. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you so much, Ms. Williams and students, for putting that together for us as we get ready to, celebrate and think about this amazing man this weekend and Monday, the day that we celebrate him, and also get ready to celebrate Black History Month and commemorate that in February. So thank you for inspiring us and giving us things to think about as we move into that day on Monday to celebrate him and hopefully try to walk in his footsteps. Trustee Boyd.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to Linda Williams for putting this together and for her consistent and tireless and unceasing service to the district, advancing these types of issues that I think began before I even came to the district. And my oldest is in 7th grade, and we've been here since kindergarten. So I believe that she's been working with and for our district to help it to be stronger and better and more inclusive for a very long time. So I just want to appreciate her putting all of this together. And I just wanted to say about Dr. King's legacy, and this will be my board report too, that as I was talking to my daughters about his legacy and they were thinking about what part of it would resonate with them and what they wanted to talk about, I got choked up as I talked about sacrifice and the idea of young people, high school students or younger, being taught how to hold their bodies and how to hold themselves so that if they were getting kicked or beaten by our police officers, that they wouldn't puncture internal organs, that they would still be able to be alive. This is the sort of instruction that nonviolent protest required, how to keep yourself alive, knowing that you're putting on your best clothes, older people, young people, and for young people, for parents to tell their young people to give them permission, because this is something that they wanted to fight for and something that these people were willing to give their lives for, to get dressed up in their best clothes and to go try to walk across a bridge, and to know that police officers on horseback with dogs and hoses might come to beat up your grandma, your daughter, your people of all walks of life. And as I thought about that sacrifice and community and the idea of understanding that it's bigger than you, and that even if you're not going to be able to benefit from the rewards, that it's worth it to give yourself to something, because we're all a part of one group together. As I was thinking about that, it actually made me think in part about what we're all doing right now with this pandemic, and people who are willing to sacrifice, to little children who are willing to go get shots when it scares them and when it's painful for them and they're worried about it, but they go because they know that there's someone in their life, or even people they don't know, who they know might get harmed by COVID in a way that they wouldn't. And so they're willing to do that. And I get to read all those little stories and hear those stories, and it's really touching. And teachers and staff who come into classrooms and, hope that everything's going to work out, but know that, we're all being exposed to different people in the community who, even if we're trying to be really careful, there's a certain amount of risk there. And we're all willing to kind of throw our lots in with each other and trust that people are going to do the best they can and monitor their symptoms and take tests and, be standing outside to deliver tests and all of that. Like all that we're doing, it's not just about our own personal benefit. It's about us being a part of the community and people being willing to sacrifice certain bits of their freedom or their comfort to try to hold all of each other up and to keep our schools open because we know how important it is for the well-being of our students. And so I'll just offer that. What I was going to say as my board report was just a bit of gratitude to everyone in the district who are working so hard under such stressful circumstances, and our parents who are volunteering and buying things and offering them and who are just doing everything that they can to try to keep our students safe and keep our schools supported. It takes all of us to be willing to offer that. And so thank you to all of the members of our community who do that.
Thank you. Trustee Doss.
Thank you. Thank you, President Williams, for coming this evening and putting that together. I really appreciate that. I think it's important to celebrate, remember, and educate. And so, really, really appreciate that. And it's always fun when the little ones participate, because that's why we're all here, right? To celebrate them. So I really appreciate that. For me, thinking about Dr. King, there's one thing that, well, I shouldn't say one thing, but there's many things that stand out, right? But there's kind of one that really, resonates. And it's when you see something wrong, being willing to step up and do something about it. And even when doing something about it is not the popular decision, even when doing something about it is potentially dangerous, right? Or when everyone else might feel one way about it, but you feel a different way about it, and you feel as if there's something that you can do. And so you're willing to step up, you're willing to step forward, you're willing to fight for that. And that's, what Dr. King stood for. Now, it's not necessarily whether one person agrees with you or one person disagrees with you. It's about your right to be able to do it. It's about being able to use whatever platform you have to make the world a better place for the person next to you, whether the issue affects you personally or not. And that's what it's really about, right? Because in order for us to truly bring change, we have to be willing to fight for things that might not necessarily be hurting us on an individual level, but we see that there's an issue and we're willing to stand up and we're willing to fight for our neighbor. We're willing to fight for the person next to us. We're willing to fight for the people coming after us. And that's, to me, what, Dr. King, really, really stood for. Because most of the time he was the smartest kid in the class, right? But he was fighting for the kid who needed help. And he was most of the time the best speaker in the room, but he was fighting for the person who didn't have a voice. And he was fighting for the people who might not know what to say in order to get the things that they needed. And so we all here are in a position to do the same thing, to follow that lead and to give that voice to people that might not have that voice, and to provide those opportunities for individuals that might not have those opportunities. And it's important for us to remember that as we move forward with the different things that we're doing, where the issues that arise and the things that come up might not affect us personally, but they do affect somebody. And since we are in these positions to make decisions, we have to take ourselves out of that personal aspect and put ourselves in a position of other individuals. How is this going to affect them? How is this going to make their life better or worse? And remembering that, I think, is important as we move forward. And I'll end with this, is that as I look at this screen right now, I think that Dr. King would be very proud of where we come. He would definitely, I assume, say that there's a lot of work to be done. And there's a lot of thinking that we need to change and things like that. But if he just screenshotted this, right, and just showed somebody this screen, especially when the different titles popped up, right, I think that he would be very proud of where we are. And I think that it's important to celebrate that as well. So really appreciate everybody, all the kind of hard work that's went into getting us to where we are. But remembering that there's still lots more work to be done. But look forward to celebrating on Monday. I'm going to celebrate by working some overtime because I'm sure he will appreciate that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Lira.
I just really wanted to say thank you to Ms. Williams for coordinating this. I really, really appreciate getting to see like students' faces and talking about Martin Luther King Jr. and the fact that like you had like the ability to coordinate all of this and show it to us. We really appreciate it, and we love like getting to see students' faces as much as possible. So yeah, thank you so much. And I hope that like we all, like everybody watching this, that we all like recognize MLK Jr. Day really thoughtfully, and just like speaking to like what I stand for as a person. Like at my core, I'm like an artist and activist, and I'm like foremostly like inspired by like current activists and change makers of color in the U.S. who've like carried on the verve of like the social justice organizers and activists of like the mid 1900s, specifically Martin Luther King Jr. And like I think, yeah, we all know that like many rights and liberties were secured during that era, but of course like issues of accessibility and inequality like still plague our country, and we're still addressing them today. So it's just my goal as a student board member and like for the Board of Education in Albany to really do the best that we can to address and solve those issues, and like really focus on empathy, like what Trustee Doss was saying and what Trustee Board was talking about. So yeah, I wanted to say thank you, and I'm really proud that we got to see that presentation, and we have like such awesome students like working together to put that together for us. So yeah, thank you.
Trustee Vice President Duran.
First, I just wanted to thank Ms. Williams again. That was a beautiful presentation, and I know it took work on your part besides your full-time work of addressing COVID issues for the district. So thank you so very much. I just wanted to reflect that Martin Luther King, he died about 54 years ago, and yet his impact is still felt today. So powerful. And the one comment that just stood out at me from the students' presentations tonight was, I believe, Olivia, who said, "I don't allow people to treat me differently." I mean, that it's power, it's beautiful. And that's what it's all about. And the fact that his day is a day of service also speaks to who he was and how the rest of us can fast forward today to also contributing to the service of and for the good of the greater community.
Thank you. And just one last request about if we can make the video available. I don't know if it's a link or separately so that people don't have to watch the whole board meeting to see that wonderful video. I know which one I would pick for rewatching. So if you're able to share that out and we can maybe put a link in our Friday newsletter, that would be great. So thank you again, and please pass our thanks on to the students who participated as well. All right, we now need to have a motion to approve our consent calendar for the evening. or questions about the consent calendar. I see no questions, so I will take a motion to approve it.
I move that we approve our consent calendar.
Second.
Student trustee Dana?
Yes.
Student trustee Lyra?
Yes.
Vice President Duron?
At first, I just want to make the comment that at first I wasn't sure that I was going to approve the consent calendar because there were several issues I had or questions really. But this afternoon we received answers, and so I was satisfied with that. So yes, I will vote yes tonight.
Thank you. President Hinckley?
Yes.
Trustee Boyd?
Yes.
Trustee Davidson?
Yes.
Trustee Doss?
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. The consent calendar passes unanimously, and we move to superintendent and board member reports, starting with Dr. Wells.
Thank you, Madam Chair, President Hinckley. My report tonight is 2 items. The first item would come up momentarily. We have now a up and running technology department. One may call it a new technology department. I'd like to take a moment to introduce you to this team that is being proactive and responding to our technology. You see your new director of technology, Eric Polovich, and you see our other 3 members so that when you see them around, Van and Tom and Eva around, you know that they're part of the technology crew. And I wanted you guys to get a visual so that, because you have not been properly introduced, but you would see the folks on the run, sometimes on the go, or sometime under a desk or a computer, repairing it so that we could continue with our educational efforts. So here's an introduction to our IT department, and I hope you recognize the faces. So then my next item is a heartfelt item of gratitude and thank you. Our teachers and our staff has been simply amazing during these difficult times. We call them a storm. In the heart of the storm, our teachers have been the great calm for our students. They have been unwavering, showing up to work on a regular basis. As I get to visit the classroom, there's teaching going on throughout and lots of learning. And so I wanted the teachers to know that we know about the hard efforts and sacrifices that they make every day for our kids and our future. And it's important to acknowledge that and pause and say thank you. Thank you 1 million times for what you do. My heart is just warmed every time I walk into a classroom in this district and see the kind of culture we have here. One that's led by teachers and one that make this district great. And for that, I salute you and I thank you. I appreciate you and I honor you best I can. And so thank you for what you do. Madam Chair, President Hinckley, that concludes my report for this evening.
Thank you. And maybe we'll get to meet some of our IT folks, if not in person, in live meeting at some point. But I know they're busy right now trying to keep everything running. I will also not take much time, but just say thank you to everyone that is going down this waterfall with all of us that the last week has been. And, you know, I think we all anticipated that the post-holiday situation was going to be rough, but I don't think anybody really saw what this was going to look like. And so just, I know these staff have been working so much. That's partly why tonight's meeting will hopefully be brief. And it's hard to express, you know, both my gratitude and my concern for how we keep afloat over the next couple of weeks without our staff, just feeling really worn out. So I know we're going to talk a little bit about that later tonight, but it really does speak to the incredible dedication and adaptability and flexibility of our staff, that we have everyone up and down the staff roster doing everything from testing to supervising students while they wait to get tested to handing out testing kits. And I also just want to say I'm really, really grateful this week to live in a community that has taken COVID so seriously, that we're in a position better than almost any other district in the country in terms of vaccination and mask compliance and people being accepting of what we're asking them to do in terms of following up after travel, doing rapid tests. I know I'm not the only parent that has at this point figured out how to do these rapid tests over and over and over again. So I'm just really, really grateful to live in this community that has been taking this so seriously, because it's the reason that we're able to have these schools open like we are with many fewer cases, believe it or not, than other districts. But I also just want to recognize that all of us here who have kids in the district, like all of the parents, I presume, that are on here, have all gotten multiple exposure notices. We're all in this boat together, and we're all, hoping to be able to get through the next few weeks and still feel good about ourselves after that. And, looking forward to seeing everyone on the other side of that. But I just am really feeling happy to live where I do and work with all the people that are on this screen. And that's all. That's my whole report. So I will pass it on to Vice President Duran.
I'd like to say Happy New Year to everyone. It's already past, huh? We're not even celebrating anymore the New Year, but for sure, I would really just like to ditto what President Hinckley said, which is that, we're doing it as a community, holding tight. There's so many crisis moments, but in the end, we all pull together, and I think that's a great thing. And we're all focused on keeping our students and our staff safe. So then they can focus on teaching and learning. So I too just want to express gratitude to parents and to students and to the staff, both district staff and the staff at the school sites that make this possible for us to continue keeping our kids in school. So a shout out to everybody tonight. Thank you.
Trustee Doss.
I wanted to mention three things. One, I really appreciated getting an opportunity to help out a little bit with parents coming to pick up tests for their students. It was a really long line, right? And when I'm at the DMV, I don't like seeing long lines, and I don't like seeing long lines at Disneyland, and I don't like seeing long lines at the grocery store. But I like seeing long lines to get tests, because that means that we are doing one more thing to try and keep our students as safe as possible. And and people are willing, parents are willing to do it. There were students out there, like high school students, coming to pick up their own tests, right? I saw some middle school students there coming to pick up tests. I think one of the things that for me that really stood out was that there were people in line that were asking, hey, my neighbor is out of town. Can I pick up the test for them and leave it on their porch so that when they get home, they can take a test? And that's a testament to kind of how everybody's kind of pitching in to help the person next to them to really kind of, power through this, the best we can. And so it was just really inspiring to see everybody out there and kind of just having an opportunity to talk to parents, answer questions, and just to kind of hear, the gratitude and everything, where people are really appreciative of the work that kind of, goes into all this. There's no perfect solution to everything, right? We're in the middle of a pandemic. Nobody has the perfect solution, but everybody's putting their best foot forward and trying to the best they can. So as long as we continue to do that, I think that would be great. And so that was really great. So that was one thing that I wanted to mention. The second thing that I wanted to mention is I think it's really important, as we're kind of talking about all this stuff, to encourage our students and to remind them about how good of a job they're doing. As we're going through all of this, when I'm walking on campus or dropping my little one off, different things like that, the only people I have to remind about wearing their mask correctly is the grown-ups. I never have to remind kids. Like the kids are nailing this. Okay, they're wearing it over their nose. They're nailing it. It's the grown-ups I always have to remind. Or when somebody, when they're trying to talk to you and they pull their mask down so that you can hear them. No need to do that. I can hear you. Feel free to keep your mask up. You don't have to pull it down. I can hear you. But kids are nailing it. So I think that we should, remind them, that they're doing a good job. Encourage them. This is not an easy thing, but they're really kind of tackling it. And as someone mentioned earlier, getting their vaccinations, celebrating that, talking about it with their friends. Their friends are going and getting it as well. And they're just really kind of, tackling this whole thing. So let's continue to encourage our students and kind of help them, power through this. And my third and last thing I wanted to mention during the board report is I wanted to take a moment to really kind of celebrate our student board members specifically. I don't know if this is what they signed up for when they decided to become board members, but it's already a challenging position. But then, so you want to tack on a pandemic, and then you also have to be a student, right? And tackle all of that. And then also all of the obligations that come along with being a board member. And they're doing a flawless job with all of it, and really, adding so much value to what we're doing here. And I think I can speak for all board members that we're all better board members, and the district staff all better because of the contributions of our student board members. So I wanted to take a moment to, shine a light on both of them and really kind of, celebrate all that goes into doing that. And that concludes my board report. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Boyd.
So as promised, no report for me, just respect and appreciation for everything our community is doing to keep ourselves safe and schools open.
Trustee Davidson.
So I wanted to say Happy New Year as well, and make sure that everyone takes a moment to just enjoy that we changed to another year, whatever that means to you. I also really wanted us to focus in on two things, and one is the kids. These little kids have been through the ringer, and we continue to ask more and more and more and more of them. We're adding on layers every day. It's shocking, and I have to say, the mood, at least at the elementary school that I've been to, and the kids I've talked to, they're anxious and they're stressed. And so I really want us as a community to take a deep breath and a step back, and to make sure that when we're talking around our kids, and I'm guilty of it too, but we're not always talking about COVID. That when you pick your kids up or you see somebody else say, hey, how's your day? And expect the, oh, well, everything's chaos response. I changed today to asking my kids, hey, tell me a bright spot from your day. What's the best thing that happened today? I don't care if it's a game you played. I don't care if it's what I packed you for lunch. What was the best thing that happened? Because the level of anxiety, the stress, it's really mounting for these little ones. And we've got to pause. And as the adults, we have to proactively and really thoughtfully start putting these things into place, because asking them to wear the masks is hard. Asking them to be vaccinated but not get the reward that we kind of promised is really hard. So let's really think about that. And the other part is, I hope that as a district we can start looking at places where we're creating more frenzy around things than we need to. And hope, see, this is what happens when I have to move in my room. That we are responding really well. We really are. But I think there are some instances where we can, again, just take a pause and look at our responses and how we're handling things, so that we aren't just kind of creating this bigger tsunami or tornado than we need to, because we are still in a pandemic, but we're 2 years in and we know a little bit more about what to expect and how to respond, and maybe some ways that we can sort of ease that for everybody. Our staff, our office staff at our schools is just doing triple duty right now. My kids were both in modified quarantine and had to be tested. We tested at home and brought the results, but their classes had to be tested, and I watched as Principal Wrangler was out there managing it so well. But we had our office staff, we had 2 nurses, we had the teachers, we had all the kids lined up. That's a lot, and it's a lot out of their days to do all of that. So I'm just really thinking about ways that we can keep being thoughtful of our responses, how we're approaching these situations, and how we can really make sure we're getting through this, but maybe a little bit easier. Okay.
Thank you. Student board members.
I'm going to start us off. Allison, we just got, like, full disclosure, Allison and I just got off a little call because Allison's like still having some internet troubles. She'll speak a little bit later, but I just wanted to clarify that. That's why her camera's off and everything. But she also wanted to say thank you to Miss Williams as well. Yeah, she's lagging right now, but yeah, she really appreciated the presentation, and wanted to like have the chance to say it, but was afraid of just like lagging out in the process of doing so. So I just wanted to say like a thank you to all of the staff like working on these COVID protocols, and also additionally this testing staff. We see them like at our school constantly on the first floor, like going back between offices. And like there are lines of students like during lunch specifically that I've noticed just waiting to get tested, and I know that it can be overwhelming for the staff to just like constantly be administering these tests, but it's been a great help. And yeah, the student body is really appreciative of that. Allison and I definitely are. So yeah, just want to extend our gratitude to them. And I think something that Allison and I brought up at the emergency meeting was just the fact that we feel like accessibility is still an issue for students in terms of like receiving information. And I think this is like a really common theme that we continue to bring up. And it sucks that we're kind of stuck. We're not stuck, but I would say that we do constantly have to remind you all of the fact that students do have a really hard time like operating at school during like this like really heightened moment of COVID, because they do not receive enough information in terms of what the guidelines are about exposures. Or yeah, I think students just feel really concerned that like they are not receiving enough emails. We received like I think the board saw the email today that we got about the student feeling concerned about not knowing what to do if somebody tested positive, and that was a real like I don't know, wake up call, I think, for the board, and myself included, just to see that like somebody so young could like really just like explain their concern and email that to us and have that courage. And I think that was awesome for them to do so. And it was really concerning that like this is where we're at right now, where students are feeling so worried and so stressed that they feel the need to really just like take the initiative and bring that to us. I'm really proud of that student for sharing their story with us, and I really hope that their concerns get addressed, and that, yeah, we just make sure to tell students about the different ways in which they can find out about this information. We talked earlier with the superintendent and the board president today, Allison and I, and we mentioned some methods of expanding accessibility via like Google Classroom notifications. We'll talk more about that, I think, later tonight. And then I know Allison also had something that she wanted to share. Do you want to say it now, or?
Yeah. Can you guys hear me? I've been having tech issues this whole night. I can't see any of you, so audible verification would be nice. Can you?
Yes, it sounds good.
Thank you. Thank you. So I just wanted to also say thank you. Thank you, Trustee Doss. We really appreciate the acknowledgement. And then thank you to all of the students that are really involved in their own health. We see you lining up to get tests every day, and we see you worrying about it. And I think that it's really great to have so many responsible students within our district that are really careful and mindful about their actions and their masks even. We've seen a huge increase in the number of students that are wearing N95 masks or K95 masks. And so we really appreciate that and we see that. So I just wanted to give a thank you to the students as well that are participating and in all of the precautionary sort of activities. And then I'd also just like to quickly share for like a quick anecdote, because I don't think I'll have time during the special report, or I want that to be focused more on like ameliorations to, I don't know, protocol. But something that I think we should think about is a big concern of a lot of students is around the loss of learning that will happen when they go online. Oh goodness, can you still hear me? I'm getting a unstable notification.
We can still hear you.
Okay, perfect. Great, thank you. So I just wanted to acknowledge the fact that parents should please encourage your students, if they're positive, to stay home. I know it might seem scary that they might not be receiving the same level of education as the students in person, but we assure you that it is completely, it's just really encouraged to have your student stay at home if they are tested positive, because we have seen a couple of people who have continued to attend school even if they are positive. And it's very worrisome. And so I just wanted to give a PSA to everyone out there who's listening. And then also I'd like to end my report out specifically, and then Ichitaka and my report out, thanking Ms. Williams for your presentation. I got to see a small part of it, but I didn't get to comment on it. And I so appreciate the effort that was put in, and I really loved seeing the kids that I did see, and it was just really heartwarming, and I appreciate that we have that acknowledgement. I think it's really important. So that concludes our report out. Hopefully all of that.
Yep, all except for the part you muted at the end. That all came through. Thank you so much for hanging in there and trying to get your connection working. All right, so we now will move to public comment for matters that are not on the agenda. And I also just wanted to remind or to let folks know that joined us late that we did amend the agenda to remove item 12A, the possible action on an extension of the vaccine mandate. But we will be discussing all of our COVID protocols as part of the staff report. So if you have comments related to that, you can save them for that item. But with that, I will move to our first comment, which is from ATA co-president Chris Knight. Go ahead, Chris.
Hi, everyone. And also happy MLK Day coming up. And here's hoping we can continue to be COVID safe over this long weekend. Tonight, Albany's teachers are feeling proud, lucky, and concerned. We are feeling proud because we are doing our part to keep schools open. We love teaching, having in-person contact with students, and we know that in-person learning is the most effective way our students learn. We are feeling lucky because our community has the resources to keep schools open safely. Many other surrounding communities do not have these resources, and we do not take this for granted. Our district has been able to provide masks, HEPA filters, and CO2 sensors for classrooms. We are incredibly grateful for our nurses and support staff. We are also grateful to the parents and community members who have offered us N95 masks and other supplies over the last week. And of course, how could we forget our wonderful students who are not only doing so great at wearing their masks, but are demonstrating incredible resiliency through this pandemic. We take inspiration from you. We are concerned, however, for the vulnerable among us in our community. We receive daily, often multiple daily notices that our students have tested positive. Many secondary classrooms are operating at near 50% capacity. Teachers are coordinating independent study assignments for many students and will eventually be responsible for the reintegration of these potentially dozens of students into their in-person classrooms. This added workload combined with the stress of this unrelenting pandemic is extraordinary. We see other districts around us closing schools, and we hear of teachers walking out. The reason it's happening as successfully as it is here is the extraordinary commitment among our educators working in this district. This is truly something we can be grateful for. Our simple request is that the teachers are provided with all necessary safety equipment, along with proper and consistent policies, so that we can keep our schools open. With gratitude and high expectations, Chris Knight and Stephen Naif, ATA co-presidents. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our first public commenter is Ghazal. Go ahead, I apologize, I mispronounced that.
Good night, everyone. I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, good night, everyone. And it's so good to see all your faces without mask. My concern is about Albany High Spanish teacher. I am employee of Albany Unified School District. I am running before school and after school program. And also I have two students of, one of them is Albany High and another one is elementary school, Ocean View. But my concern is about Spanish teacher of Albany High, which this teacher made very difficult days for the kids. And I'm not sure if I'm allowed to mention his name. Am I allowed?
If I may interject and help.
Yep,
and
please
help.
do.
This is a personnel matter, and I have to redirect this to our personnel department because this is not the forum to get and talk about personnel matters or use people's names and or their positions. It can be seen as disparaging, and that's not okay. And so I wanted to interject, and let's pause there and redirect you to our personnel department regarding a personnel matter.
Okay, will you, how can I reach them? I already reached
I would have them reach out to you and explain our personnel process and also take up your concern, and we go from there, but not here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, next is Quinn.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi. Yes, we can.
My name is Quinn Van. I'm a high school teacher at Albany High School. I just wanted to call in to say that, you know, just like realities of being a staff member right now, because I don't know how many people have been to schools, have talked to teachers here at the board to know what it's like or what's going on. But I feel very anxious, very concerned. I don't know if I fully agree with the stance that the union president has just stated. We haven't had a union meeting since before winter break. I feel like my voice has not been, you know, none of my concerns been asked for. And I just want to make clear that the situation feels, at least to me, very dire. And I know other teachers do too. I have had to sub 3 times in the last 2 days. Because of staff absences due to quarantining and et cetera. I feel this is an untenable situation. I am exhausted. The COVID dashboard, I don't feel is completely transparent or correct. I have had multiple multiple emails about positive COVID cases in my classroom last week, and none of them have been updated on the COVID dashboard, which is what the community and staff members are supposed to use to let us know, what is going on in terms of COVID rates at the school. And even with, testing, it's, if we have a COVID case in class, we're telling students and their families to go get tested, but it's an honor system. How do we track students? How are we keeping students accountable and families for getting tested when they've been exposed to COVID? And I'm not saying this has anything to do with leaders or administration at the school, because they are doing the best that they absolutely can. But I don't know if we have the personnel or if we have the resources to do what we're doing right now and to do it long term. So I'm just saying, I just want to give a perspective as a teacher that things feel dire, and I don't understand why we're living under this feeling that everything's okay when it's not. So I just wanted to say my piece because I feel very concerned.
Thank you. All right, I don't see any other public comment not on the agenda. And as a reminder, we will be having a discussion about COVID protocols actually right now. So we now move to item 11A, a staff report on our COVID-19 protocols and progress. I'll turn it over to Executive Director Ritchie or Superintendent Wells, whichever.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you know, our Chief COVID Liaison has been doing, her load has, I think load is times 10 of what it was prior to our holiday break. And the taxation and the last speaker in terms of frustration and anxiety, we know it all too well. These are not easy times, they're very difficult times. And in leadership, we remain calm in the midst of the storms, and we plow through it and try to get better as we take a step back, reflect, pivot, and those kinds of things. But I'm just ecstatic to and very honored to have as our Executive Director of Student Services, Alexia Ritchie, also our Chief COVID Liaison, coming to you and the community tonight to provide an update and to entertain questions about where we are and where we may be going. So with no further ado, I introduce to you our very own Executive Director, Alexia Ritchie.
Thank you, Superintendent Wells and President Hinckley, for your introductions today, and everybody who's joining us as well in the community. The first thing I'd like to do is certainly echo many of the sentiments here in terms of our gratitude to the community for your patience, for your grace, and specifically, Trustee Davidson, thank you for allowing us to step back and really take a look at the big picture and be able to pivot to what we truly signed up for, which is to make sure our students are learning and learning in a safe environment in our schools. And so again, I'm seeing all of the hard work district-wide. I am seeing students return from quarantine and isolation. I'm seeing staff do the same. And so tonight I'm going to be giving you some information that demonstrates all of our hard work and how that's paid off in some specific areas of data. So with that, Ms. Shen, if you could take us to the next slide. Thank you. So I'm stating the obvious, but we do have to start here. So positive exposures are up, both in school and outside of school. And as you know, this is consistent with the current surge being experienced in our area. Mitigation practices, though, do remain in effect. And again, echoing what people have said, we want to thank the Albany community for your compliance with our indoor and outdoor masking policies, for staying home when you're symptomatic, for reporting those positive results to your school site liaisons, and for those modified quarantine restrictions, those remain in effect, and we appreciate your support as we test our way through modified quarantines. A reminder that vaccine mandates or the consent to weekly testing or an independent study program are in effect for all Albany students. The January 3rd deadline has passed for ages 12 and up, and for ages 5 through 11, please submit your information by January 26. Next slide, please. Again, just a reminder of what the vaccination mandate options are. Fully vaccinated students are allowed to attend all classes and participate in all events unless they've tested positive for COVID or are symptomatic. Unvaccinated students are allowed to attend all classes and participate in school-related activities only if they're consenting to weekly PCR testing provided by the school district. And I'm happy to report that the middle school and the high school have started their weekly PCR testing for this group of students. For unvaccinated students who do not participate in weekly testing, they'll be served in our independent study program for the remainder of the school year or until vaccination documentation or testing consent is provided. In the next few slides, I'll let you know where we are with those numbers. Next slide, please. So we're going to focus on the students that are 12 and over since that deadline has come and gone. Again, this is referencing the vaccination and the testing mandate. That date was January 3rd to get that in. We still welcome and we are actively pursuing 100% compliance with this information. Currently, the total number of Albany Unified School District students that are 12 and over are 1,838. So 1,838 students were supposed to get their information in by January 3rd. We currently have 1,667 responses. And out of those responses, we have a 91% vaccination rate. And again, we ask them to prove it by uploading the actual cards so that we can document those in our student information system. So we are proud to report that we do have an over 90% vaccination rate for our students 12 and over. We have received testing consent from 71 students. Again, this is 12 and over for middle school and high school. 4% have chosen then to test weekly. Here's who we still need to hear from. From the middle school, we need to hear from 55 students. Currently, that school has about 700 students, I believe. Maybe I'm off a little bit, but I think it's about 700 to 800. So we still need to hear from 55 of them. And from Albany High School and McGregor combined, again, that number is about 1,200 students total for that population. We still need to hear from 68 of them. So roughly 120 to 130 students, ages 12 and up, we are still actively pursuing. We have had greater than 8 outreach episodes, if you want to call them that. These are messages with emails. We have letters sent by US mail. We have text messages. We have voicemail messages out. Again, students can actually submit their information as well as parents and guardians of this age group. Multiple ways and efforts are now focused on individual phone calls to parents by school staff. However, of course, over the last week, the current surge has slowed this effort. Next slide, please. So again, for the roughly 120 students that we still need to hear from, please remember that you can respond to the personalized email sent to families via Informed K-12. That's the name of the platform that we're using to collect and archive that data. You can provide this information to your school site liaisons at your student's school. Please contact the main office for more information. Now's a really good time to remind our community and our students that each of your schools does have a school site liaison responsible for all COVID interactions between the district and between the community. So please reach out to your school site liaison and they will give you some more information, not just about vaccination status, but also, of course, about testing options and then isolation and quarantine information as well. Again, that's your school site liaison, and there's one at every single school site. You will need to show proof of your vaccination after the student has been fully vaccinated. This is 1 or 2 doses. Again, Johnson & Johnson is 1 dose, and 2 doses are Pfizer or Moderna. At this time, we are not collecting booster information. Next slide, please. So I'd like to summarize what our school-based testing resources are. And for this one, this is certainly one of those opportunities for me to express my extreme gratitude, and again, echoing what people have said today, in terms of over the past 2 years, me observing school offices turning into COVID clinics and COVID testing clinics. And the number of tests that we've given over the past couple of years is now ranging into the 3,000 to 4,000 range. Over 2 years, we've been able to test, again, upwards of about 4,000 individuals. That's a huge effort. And it was a huge learning curve in order for us to do it right. To do it right, you need personnel and you need the resources, you need the kits. You also need to, of course, get trained on how to administer those tests. And then you need some training and some continuity in terms of enforcing what happens next after a negative or a positive result is obtained. So again, my extreme gratitude for this entire district for really pivoting and becoming one of our community's most reliable testing resources. As you know, it was very difficult to find rapid tests for people to take home. It was very difficult to find them in our community. Over the break, it was very difficult to even have an appointment, let's say, available to you to get tested. At this point, though, we were able to, over the break, understand how important it was for our community to have access to these free rapid tests. And I'm proud to say that on January 1st, New Year's Day, Albany Unified School District distributed over 2,150 at-home free rapid tests. That represented 60% of our entire student body. So again, 60% of our entire student body had access to a free rapid test before they even came to school. And that's a huge thank you. Rapid testing. Again, very difficult to find rapid testing in the community. I would like to let you know that we did prepare for this surge to ensure that we had the personnel and to ensure that we had the resources. For example, last week, I was able to place an order for our free Binax rapid tests that did show up. I believe that was about 4,000 kits that showed up just last week. We went through lots of those over the surge week, and I'm happy to report then that another 4,000 rapid kits showed up, I believe it was just today, at the district office. Again, we prepared for the surge and we were ready for that. At this time, we have rapid tests and they're available for students and staff in all of our schools. We also have PCR molecular testing. We've actually had that for the past 2 years. That is available for all students and staff. Please see those school site liaisons for some more information and to get tested. It was a little difficult for us last week when we had so many tests, and we did submit those to the UPS store in time for an overnight shipment, but you know, some things are out of our control. For example, last week, UPS was not able to guarantee overnight delivery, apparently, and the test did not show up to the labs until Friday morning. They were supposed to be there Wednesday morning. We also had a extended turnaround time for results. And you might have seen, of course, that there are many other labs that have similar situations where surge periods indicate that your results will be less than what you expected, i.e., we expect our results in 48 hours. Last week, though, many of us did not get our results for a full week. But we continue to provide PCR molecular testing for all of our students and our staff. And then Albany Unified has certainly jumped into the pool with pooled testing. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. But we have an extensive pool testing program in Albany. This is available for all students, and it also happens to be required for some groups such as student athletes and our instrumental and vocal classes. Next slide, please. Here's another update for you. The current number of students who are participating in weekly pooled testing. And again, pooled testing, it's a proactive strategy to detect COVID cases in our classrooms, even when a student is asymptomatic. So our breakdown, at Albany High and McGregor High, we are testing 580, Albany Middle 425, Ocean View 480, Cornell is 440, and Marin is 340. So if you take a step back, and again, if you look at the big picture, Albany Unified School District is testing approximately 2,265 students every single week. And for that, I thank you for your participation. Now, you know, if you test more students, the chances are you're going to detect more cases. So again, we thank the thousands of students who are participating in weekly pooled testing. Next slide, please. We all were anticipating a surge after the break. I wanted to share with you the pooled testing results from just last week. So the week after the break, January 3rd through the 7th. This is how it works. At Albany High School and at McGregor High School, I have 60 pools that I'm testing each week. Last week, 13 of those came back positive, 47 of those came back negative. So that was a 22% positivity rate just for those pools last week during the surge. Albany Middle School, we're testing 18 pools total. Out of those, only one was positive last week, and we had 17 negative pools at that middle school. Cornell had a slight increase. They had 32 pools tested, 7 of those came back positive. And at Marin and Ocean View, we're happy to report that last week, each one of them only had 1 positive pool. A positive pool does require us to commit some time for the follow-up. After a positive pool, the entire pool or that classroom is retested with rapid tests to identify who those positive cases are. So again, we test vaccinated students and we test unvaccinated students. Anybody who is in the pool then would have been indicative of being positive because that pool was positive. Once that's completed, you know, there are going to be student absences because those individuals may be the positive case. And once a positive individual is identified, then that case is entered in that COVID dashboard. So pool testing, again, testing about 2,200 students. You can see how many pools we test each week. Last week then, we saw some spikes at the high school and at Cornell, but we did see very few, in fact, just 1 at the middle school, Marin and Ocean View. Next slide, please. This is a state of flux, and I'm certainly not the first person to say that we haven't been confused by county guidelines or state guidelines before, but I just wanted to update you on the isolation and the quarantine guidance. Many entities, including the CDC, they have updated their COVID-19 guidance, and many of us are aware of that guidance. However, Albany Unified School District aligns with the most restrictive guidance from either the state or the county's public health department. And I think there's a lot of acknowledgement that right now this guidance is in flux. And so we will certainly continue to adhere to the current Alameda County guidance until Alameda County updates their guidance. Next slide, please. We want to thank everybody who is participating and wearing these high quality masks that are now available to our community. We've been very proactive in ordering and distributing these masks. We have about 13,000 K95 adult size masks, and all of those were ordered ahead of the surge. We went ahead and ordered another 6,000 more. All staff are now able to wear the N95 or the KN95 masks, and we have adequate supplies to continue. We have 3,000 KN95 masks on order. They're expected to arrive this week. As you can imagine, everybody in the country is trying to order these masks right now. We do have a stockpile of 50,000 adult surgical masks and 15,000 kid-size surgical masks, though, available. Again, we prepared for the surge. Next slide, please. It's now my time for a little insight into what, again, let's say the landscape is, on the levels of the president at this point. So a couple of quotes, if I could. This is the time that we're in. All indications point to a lesser severity of Omicron versus Delta. Dr. Anthony Fauci, President Joe Biden's chief medical advisor, he said last week at his White House briefing. But, and this is important for, I think, our community to strike a balance with, we shouldn't become complacent. And then vaccination remains highly effective at preventing severe COVID illnesses, and Omicron is milder than earlier versions of the virus. The combination means that most Americans, including children and vaccinated adults, face little personal risk from Omicron. For the unvaccinated, the situation is very different. And might I add, it may not just be for the unvaccinated, but it certainly can be for a community or a family member. I think we all need to remember that the situation can be very different for families that are not within our own households. And I think someone mentioned briefly, of course, that sometimes you act in the best interest of your community. So again, please understand that vaccination does remain highly effective and that we need to really take good care of our entire community. That includes those that are vaccinated and those that are not vaccinated. And that's my own personal summary for that slide. Thank you. Last slide, please. Finally, I'd like to thank with some acknowledgements before opening up for some questions. The first one is to our superintendent, Frank Wells. He was very modest when he mentioned that Albany Unified School District was able to get some take-home COVID tests for our community. It just didn't happen that easily. Alameda County, over the break, when, again, our superintendent should be taking some time for himself, worked tirelessly with Alameda County Office of Education representatives who called him up over the break and said, I have thousands of take-home COVID tests, but you know what? You're not going to get them till the Monday or Tuesday when the students are back in school. And our superintendent got on the phone and said that is completely unacceptable. We need those tests before students come back to school. And lo and behold, he was one of the only superintendents in Alameda County who was able to get their hands on these tests before students came back to school. In fact, he got in his truck, he drove down to Alameda County's warehouse during his break. He picked up all 3,500 tests and brought them back to Albany, stationed them in our brand new building on Solano Avenue so that we could distribute again over 2,000 tests. The wait time, by the way, Trustee Doss in line was about 15 minutes, 15 minutes. And so again, hats off for Superintendent Wells and his efforts to make sure that the teammanship was there so that we could serve our community. And he didn't just talk about it, he actually walked the walk. I also need to thank everybody from our district nurse to the school nurses. Again, these are certified nursing assistants, they're medical assistants. We have our staff administering thousands of COVID tests. And it's not just administering thousands, but of course it's the administrivia that comes with tracking all of those tests. And there's also the human element. You all are absolutely correct. For the last 2 years, I've done nothing but work on COVID-related topics for 99% of my day. And to do that and to do it with grace means that all of these folks, the district nurses, the school nurses, and the staff, especially during the surge last week and this week, we have to exhibit some compassion. It's unimaginable that somebody can do that for 24 hours a day. And I got to let you know that each one of our cases takes about an hour to wrap up from beginning to end. We get the information, we investigate it, and then we actually kind of start to summarize about an hour after that. Well, what do we have to do next? Who has to get letters and so forth? Again, about an hour for each case. Just yesterday, we had 31 cases. So if you do the math, that's a lot of work in one day just to address all of those cases. So again, from the bottom of our hearts, we really do have a lot of gratitude to share with our district nurses, school nurses, and the staff who have to do this from the minute they get to school to the minute they go home, and sometimes even into the evening. We'd like to thank our facilities and our maintenance personnel. They're the ones responsible for ordering and distributing safety supplies and equipment. At this time, I'd like to give a little shout out to our driver, Curtis Chang. You need to know this about him. When I get a call from a school site that they're running low on rapid tests, I call up Curtis, our driver. I say, Curtis, can you come to the district office and can you pick up a case of 640 rapid tests and carry them down to your van and deliver them to the school? And can you possibly do this either today or tomorrow? And he'll say, I'm on my way now. I'll make the extra trip. I have some time in between driving my students. I know this is important, so I'll get it to you. Sometimes our pool testing needs to be delivered from Marin School to Ocean View School. Curtis will say, I'll do it for you. I'm in the neighborhood, I'll go get it for you. So again, it goes way beyond facilities and maintenance in terms of having just to keep our schools running. You've got some folks that go above and beyond to make sure that they're distributing those supplies and equipment really to the sites that need them. I'd like to take a step back, obviously, and say these principals are working absolutely overtime and doing jobs and positions that they never imagined that they'd be doing consistently, let's say for 2 weeks straight, especially during the surge. That's from hands-on testing to making sure that attendance is running smoothly because your attendance clerk is busy doing something else, you know, to even taking care of their own family members in the mix of trying to draft all of these exposure letters and keep track of them. Your principals are amazing. They're all extremely hardworking, intelligent people who are going above and beyond to keep themselves, their schools, their own families, and again, this community safe and focused, again, like Trustee Davidson said, on making sure our students are learning and our teachers are teaching. Your office staffs from the middle school in McGregor to to all of the elementary schools and the high school, to the children's center, the preschool, even to our swimming program. I've been able to work with all of the office staffs. They've become absolutely heroes and sheroes in terms of communication, organization, hands-on training, making sure that all of the processes of just a general school day are also running in addition to their COVID duties. You'd be amazed at what they can do. I'm not, because I know that they're all super people. And certainly, this is absolutely the foundation of our district, and it's the teachers. And it's been said before, Albany teachers show up. I'm going to remind you, I was the principal of Albany High School on March 13th, 2020. And that's the Friday when we called the folks in and said, there's something big happening here. We need you to get ready. We need you to get ready for the next week to teach your students. And absolutely down to a teacher, they were ready the very next week, March 17th, something like that, 2020. And Superintendent Wells has said this before, but I do need you to remember that from that date on, March 17th, let's say, 2020, they have never stopped teaching. They have never stopped showing up to their classrooms to make sure that their students have some continuity in their day. So the Albany teachers, they continue to show up. They're dedicated. They've maintained their focus on learning. The students are getting the education they need here in contrast to districts that have closed. I also need to remind you that we also have a lot of work to do to make sure that the students who are not getting the education that they need right now are also being served. So in between all of the work with COVID, and this is my pivot point, we continue to have student success team meetings, IEP meetings, 504 meetings, PTSA meetings, any kind of meeting that you could possibly think of is moving forward because our Albany teachers, our principals and our office staff, our facilities and maintenance, our nurses and their staff, our superintendent, our district office, our Board of Education, and finally our community are working together to make sure that we're not going to let this particular episode or even this surge week define us as a district. And with that, I'll close my staff report for tonight.
Great, thank you. So I wanted to just note for the board and the public that both versions of this presentation are posted under the agenda. The staff had to understandably continue to make additions and changes right up to this meeting, so you can find both. You can find this revised version under the agenda online. So with that, I'll take board questions, discussions about any of this information. Vice President Duran.
I just want to ask one question right now because I know that everybody will want to talk and we can have a second and third round maybe. I wanted to see if Executive Director Ritchie could address the concerns of the teacher who spoke tonight. The fact that, you know, and we've heard this concern before, email-wise, from staff, from teachers, specifically at Albany High School, talking about their knowledge of positive cases that are not showing up, that are not being highlighted either on the dashboard, and which then causes worry and concern for them. And so I'm, you know, on the other hand, I want to say, well, maybe our energy, our focus on testing, maybe we need to revisit that. But I'm wondering if you could please address her concerns.
I can, and I can certainly work with her school site liaison team to ensure that we are accurately counting the cases at Albany High School, for example. What we do is we certainly have a very close chain of communication, but we can only respond, let's say, to cases, of course, that we hear about. For example, that very poignant letter from the student today, we would love to hear about every single case that is in our city. What we can respond to are the cases that are reported to us. And the cases that are reported to us then do end up on the dashboard. Sometimes we have to update that. Maybe we had some information that we didn't have before, so we needed to revise up or down our counts. But for right now, for example, what I'm looking at is, let's say, and I'll give you a snapshot from last week. Last week, we had 45 cases reported district-wide, and all of those cases then are on the dashboard. Other than the 45 cases that are reported to us, again, there could certainly be some others out there. But what we do is we upload the information to the dashboard of every single case that is reported to us. I know that that is not the actual accurate count, let's say, Vice President Duran. Maybe a student or maybe a teacher has heard of a case. Maybe it hasn't been reported to us, but you know what we're going to say? We're going to say, if you hear about a positive case, please let us know so that we can follow up on that. But from what we've reported on the dashboard, again, all of those cases that are reported to the school site liaisons are then vetted through and investigated and added to the dashboard. What I'd like her to do is work with her school site liaison team to ensure that that team has all the information that they need. Again, if she'd like to report some cases that are missing, we open up the possibility that we have not caught them all. And we appreciate it then when people correct us so that we can correct our own dashboard. So the more information we get, the better.
Thank you. Trustee Davidson.
Have we had any cases where we've had a positive pool and then tested our students and then had more positive cases? So I guess like in school transmission yet?
So with a positive pool, you're going to have at least one positive person. Absolutely. Is that the question you're asking? Sometimes we have a pool and we can test the pool, and there might be 2 or 3 people that are positive, you're absolutely correct. So those 3 people then would start isolation.
Well, and I'm asking, so then what we've been doing is we have our positive pool, we test everyone in the classroom, or only those who have consented to testing?
We can only test those who have given us consent to testing. And if you have a positive pool, we have been able to, let's say, test everybody in the pool and not actually identify who's positive. That's only happened maybe once or so since we've started pool testing. Most of the time when we come back and we test the people that were in the pool, we are going to be able to identify who that positive person was. But again, not everybody has given their consent to be in the pool.
And do we have a consent where maybe your student's not being pool tested, but if there is a positive pool in that classroom, then you have a consent to test because there's a positive pool? I feel like that was something we had before.
Yeah, we've actually been able to do more outreach and have people consent, especially when there's a positive case in their class. We've got a smart, bright community. And so when we give them that information and we say, we know you're not in the pool, but we would like to test to make sure that your student does not have COVID, then they absolutely, I don't think we've had many, if less than a handful, probably less than 2 or 3 across my desk of family members who did not consent for testing.
Okay, and so then back to my original question, I'm just trying to really make sure I understand all the ways and times that we're testing and catching these things. So have we had any instances where we've then seen the COVID case that we've identified in a positive pool, and then we've seen subsequent cases within that same pool or classroom over a couple of days? So, which would be indicating that we have in-school transmission happening?
Well, I can't tell you that it's in-school transmission without the public health department telling me that there's a biological link between those 2 cases. I can tell you that we've had multiple cases in the classroom, not necessarily part of the pool. It certainly could be related to the pool, but it could be completely unrelated. But without having a molecular test to tell you that there was in-school transmission, and I know this from the public health department, that, for example, they're the ones that are going to define an outbreak because there has been then a biological link to the cases that are in one particular classroom. Here's what I do see when I, again, take a step back. I look and see how many cases are in one classroom, and I watch them very carefully. Is there 3? Is there 4? We're looking at the basketball team. Why is there 7 there? So we shut that program down over the break. But right now, what I am seeing is that the cases are certainly sprinkled throughout the school sites, and there doesn't seem to be a heavy concentration. And if there was, that's when I get on the phone and I call County Public Health. And remember, we've uploaded all of this information to the public health department. So which class were they in? They're tracking that as well. Do you have that many cases that they're curious? And so they'll go back and maybe do their testing again. I'm not a public health official, but they're the ones that determine if there's a molecular or biological link, i.e. there's in-school transmission.
Trustee Boyd.
Thank you. I was actually going to ask about communications to students, but I'm wondering if student board member Lyra is planning to ask about that, in which case okay. So I just wanted to ask about communications to students, specifically around if the emails, requesting vaccination status, for instance, go to students, if the ability to consent to testing goes to students, if communications about what our protocols are going to students, just making sure that they're as informed as possible after having heard, I believe, what several have referred to, at least one student expressing concern about not having sufficient information. And I know that that's been something that we've heard from a few different sources.
Thank you. That's a very good suggestion. We do contact all of the parents and the guardians, but you're absolutely right, especially for our students 12 and up. I think a direct email could be looked into. Of course, that will add a little layer of work to our office staff, but I think that is a very good idea moving forward.
Thank
Trustee
you for
Lira.
that, and not meaning to seem insensitive at all about the already humongous amounts of work that the staff is doing. So thank you for that.
No, it's a very good idea. Thank you.
Let me add to that. Last time we heard that as an issue, and we checked our internal sources with our department because we've been sending them out, but we didn't want to mention it last time because we weren't sure. But now since we checked, it is going out to students. So if we have a student who's not getting it, for example, I checked some who mentioned, and we do have it out. So we're going to triple check with our IT department to make sure our emails that are going out to the students, that students are actually receiving them. We went a step further to see who opened their emails. And we were really that technically savvy. And so we would do that again tomorrow, but we did get verification that they've gone out. And unfortunately, many have not opened. And so it raised the question of whether or not that's a good source of a communication, or should they be part of maybe a text as well. So I like to bring some further update there, because we were like, wait a minute, it's part of our communication plan. We didn't implement it, and we have. So I will continue to monitor that, verify, and then see who opened them, which is really a great feature. And we discovered many of our students have not opened those emails.
Trustee Lira.
I just wanted to ask about the fact that, like, you mentioned this, I think, that there were 31 cases detected yesterday, which, like, really, like, shocked me. And I was just wondering if you could clarify, like, how you know those cases aren't connected, or, like, how contact tracing is being conducted. Because, yeah, 31 cases is a lot. And I think in any, like, school site, there's probably bound to be, like, definitely multiple in a classroom. And, like, if you could also go over what would qualify as an outbreak, that would be really helpful just to hear again.
Certainly. So the 31 cases from yesterday were district-wide, not just at one site. It was district-wide. Last week, it looked like we had about 45 cases district-wide. So we're watching the per week cases, that's for sure. Right now, we had 31 yesterday, but I am happy to report that today we're down to just 10 new cases for students. So again, our trajectory just from day to day can spike or can go down. So we're kind of taking a look in terms of how many cases are showing up in each class, especially since you asked a good question about looking at those concentration of cases. So what we do is we get that information from every single case, but we cannot make the determination that they were biologically linked. Of course, that's from a medical professional's point of view. That's the job of the public health department. So what our job is to do is actually called what is called creating a line list. The line list would be the students who would constitute, or the staff members who would be considered a close contact. And so we compile those line lists, and those line lists then are uploaded to the public health department. So I do need to clarify for folks that think that the schools do the contact tracing. Schools do not do contact tracing. Your public health department does the contact tracing. What we do is we provide a line list, and that line list then indicates to the public health department, again, which cases need a little more attention, right? So which cases are they then going to go back and really do a very thorough contact tracing? The contact tracing then will determine if there is, and this is a term I always try to pronounce correctly, maybe someone can help me, epidemiologically, and my public health group is going to be really proud of me for saying that right. They need to determine if it's epidemiologically connected, and we don't do that. We're only responsible for creating, again, what's called this line list for the public health department then to conduct their contact tracing. If they find, and again, by their own definitions, and I'm not quite sure if it's changed, it used to be that there was like 3 or more cases that they were looking at, they might have been concerned, and I'll have to check to see if that number has changed. But again, just because you have 3 cases in your classroom, it doesn't mean then that they are biologically connected. That's the duty of the public health department to determine that, in which case the public health department would reach back out to us and say, let's talk. It might be time to curtail this outbreak.
Thank you for that. And about how long would that take for the public health department to like determine whether or not cases were connected?
Well, I know during surges, they're probably behind on those particular counts. I do know that sometimes the public health department will look at your zip code or your locale's overall positivity rate along with your vaccination rate. You know, there's only so many personnel with the public health department. They might be working with districts that only have a 50% vaccination rate first because those cases are spreading faster than ours are. But I couldn't tell you for sure exactly how long it would take the public health department to conduct that tracing. I do know that they insist on us uploading every single case into the websites. And so they have all of the information that we have. And again, we're not the ones who do the contact tracing, they do. And the public health department is also the entity that determines if our schools are going to be closed down or if a classroom needs to get closed down. We don't make that determination.
Has there been any contact tracing before that's been conducted, like at the high school, or not the high school, just at the sites?
Well, again, the sites we don't do the contact tracing. We don't conduct the contact tracing. What we do is we compile the line list and the public health department then conducts the contact tracing. I can't tell you if the public health department has conducted any contact tracing in Albany. I can tell you over the 2 years that I've been your COVID liaison, they have not reached out to me once with a concern.
Okay, okay, thank you. And so I guess what I'm hearing is that like it's up to the public health department to determine like whether or not there was an outbreak, and that's like one of the ways in which we know that we should shut down.
Right.
Okay.
You're right on the money.
Okay, that's like, thank you. That's kind of like frustrating to hear, not like at you at all. It's just like, yeah, if we don't get that information or if they don't like prioritize hearing from us, that just like means that there could be an outbreak, but they're just not getting to it in time. So yeah,
I can't speak for the public health department again and their workload, but I do know that again, they're very responsive when I have a question or a concern. So every time I reach out, I do get reassurances back in terms of what to do next. And a lot of those steps then are just basically steady as we go to make sure that our cases are not spiking in comparison to other districts our size or other communities such as ours.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Doss.
Yeah, I had a couple of questions. One question in terms of when you spoke about the students and we don't have their current status, so they'll be placed on independent study. So I'm assuming that we don't have the information because we haven't been able to get in contact with those students' families. So I guess my question is, how will these students be informed that they've been placed on independent study?
Great, thank you. So we're not giving up yet. And one of the things that we can do, especially with ages 12 and up, is actually to pull the students in themselves. And the students could, for example, consent to testing. And so that's one of the things we really want to do. We don't want to pivot anybody to independent study who truly doesn't need to be there. So I know, again, with the 65 or so students at, I think it was the high school, and the 55 or so at the other school, so 120 total, we do need to reach out to those students right now because actually when you're 12 and up, you can give your own consent to testing. That might solve a lot of the problems there. I know Dr. Shin is also joining us today, and so she's working very hard to make sure that we do have valuable and viable opportunities for those students that do need to pivot. We are going to implement the Board of Education's vaccine mandate. Therefore, it is going to be perhaps a very delicate and individual and very personalized conversation with that student at this point, and really working with the family to make sure that we understand what the barrier was and how we can actually help them. So at this point, hopefully this is answering your question. We're actually pivoting to the students to see if we can get that number down to even fewer than what I reported tonight.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And then my other question was around mask and testing. If parents or students are concerned and want to either pick up additional masks or pick up additional testing, what is the best way for a student to do that, depending on their grade level?
The masks, are pretty ready available. I think you saw what our numbers were. And so I encourage the students and the parents to truly ask the front office staff for one of the masks that we have available. The testing, as I mentioned, we have an ample supply of on-site testing kits and testing resources. If your question is specific about take-home tests, and I know that Superintendent Wells, again, he worked overtime to try to get that allotment of about 3,500 tests to Albany. Unfortunately, we do not see the quantities available to be able to reissue more at-home tests for students and families at this time. Of course, we'll be partnering with Alameda County, and as soon as that opportunity is available, we will get our share to distribute. It's definitely something that is missing from the repertoire, which is a home test. It is almost impossible to find those in the community right now. So what we can offer, though, is the ability to be rapid tested at any of our school sites for students and for staff members 5 days a week.
Thank you. And that's all my questions. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Trustee Davidson.
Okay, so I'm sitting here reviewing the dashboard and the modified quarantine exposure letter that I got for my kid and hearing your presentation. And so I just want to clarify a couple of things. One, Albany Unified follows the strictest of health guidance that's out there, correct? Okay, so what we have in our letters and everything is the strictest that there is out there. And what it says to me on the dashboard is there's this many students in isolation from each of these. All other unvaccinated close contacts are in modified quarantine. And when I read my exposure letter, it says on here, fully vaccinated people do not need to quarantine, but should self-monitor for symptoms for 14 days, as well as follow all recommended interventions, wearing a mask when around others, hand washing, avoiding crowds. So it says CDC has also recommended testing for vaccinated people 5 to 7 days after exposure. When we're doing that, to me, the way it went today when I took my kids back to school was we lined up every single kid and we tested all of the asymptomatic kids. So we're taking that recommendation and we're saying we're doing this just because down below it says we do that for unvaccinated. I'm just trying to make sure that I understand, like, if this happens, then this happens, then this happens. And again, it's one of those places where we're doing everything that we can to keep the kids safe. So I don't want anyone to think that I'm like, don't do these things, don't keep them safe. But I want to make sure that if there are areas here where there's confusion or things like that, because I was under the impression that it was mandatory that we bring a negative test back on that day to have our kids come back to school because they brought the entire class and tested the entire class. So I just wanted to make sure that I understand that and the community understands that.
No, I want to thank you, Trustee Davidson, for bringing that up. That's actually a perfect segue to my motto of the day, which is Albany needs to learn to test smarter and not test harder. And that's a perfect example of something we've been doing. Again, we've been testing hard on that one, the modified quarantine. In fact, you're absolutely right. We actually open it up, and some sites, just as a policy, we're going to be testing everybody in the class. And I certainly wasn't one to say, well, okay, that's not a good idea, because if they wanted to test, then they certainly could. What we've seen, however, especially during last week and this week, is the inability to sustain that system. And where are our flex points? And you're absolutely right, Trustee Davidson. One of the flex points is we really do not have to test vaccinated students under a modified quarantine protocol because they are considered vaccinated if they've had their 2 shots or their 1 shot. So I went around to all of the principals today, and forgive me if I'm being presumptuous, but I think your students go to Cornell. And I do know that the staff at Cornell has worked overtime, triple time, quadruple time, testing students that they didn't necessarily need to test. And that was the testing harder part. So right now, I am very happy to report, I even got some smiles from my principals today when I said, let's look at the modified quarantine letter. Let's look at the information that we're actually submitting to our community. And even though, let's say, out of an abundance of caution, it might be an overabundance of caution right now. And it actually might be, and again, this was also mentioned, part of the stress regime of the students that have to take a test once a week, some who really don't need to. And I think you hit it right on the money. You know, we had students who are taking their time and they're taking their shots and then thinking, what's the payoff for me? And the schools have said, well, we're still going to test you. So one of the things that we can do now with our new motto of testing smarter, not harder, is to really follow that guidance, which is the strictest guidance for modified quarantine. In fact, we went above and beyond. But the current guidance from Alameda County is that if you're a vaccinated student, again, we're not looking at boosters right now. If you're a vaccinated student, you actually are not in any quarantine if you're an exposed student. If you're a positive student, of course, you're going to be going home in isolation because you can still give it to folks. If you're in the pool, though, I will test you if you're vaccinated or unvaccinated because I just don't know who is positive. But one of the pivot points now is going to be under modified quarantine. Can we actually follow the guidance and say, if you're vaccinated, I don't need to test you under modified quarantine? And again, many of my principals, in fact, one of them was absolutely in tears because she knew that that was going to be a flex point that her staff could use to actually strengthen their testing system and really hone in on the students that had exposure risk beyond those that were vaccinated. So thank you for bringing it up. And again, that was one of our aha moments during this particular surge.
I really appreciate your thorough response on that one.
So just to clarify, because I was not aware we were testing vaccinated students in that circumstance. So the county guidance is that modified quarantine only applies to unvaccinated students. And we will now go back to doing what the county suggests. I will also just make another pitch for even those who don't have to show vaccination until the 26th, that here is an incentive for you to do that so that your children don't have to undergo that testing. But that's great to hear that maybe that was one of the reasons we were feeling a little bit overwhelmed last week. I wanted to ask, I know Trustee Lara has her hand up, but I just wanted to ask one in relation to this, because you mentioned that right now we're not tracking boosters, but it is possible that the county at any point might change that modified quarantine language to consider a fully vaccinated student as someone who has their booster. So I'm wondering if we can think about how to make a push to have our students get their booster shots in the event that that change gets handed down by the county. And also if we have plans to adjust our vaccination portal, because right now it doesn't allow you to indicate that your child has that booster shot. So I'm wondering if you started thinking about how we can prepare for that eventuality. And maybe families that have already gotten those boosters can begin to submit that so that we don't have a big rush. So is that something that we're starting to prepare for yet?
Yes, in fact, we've received a number of booster verifications. And so what we're doing is we're working with Linda Williams, who is organizing the ARIES information for us. Right now, we need to basically create a new portal that would indicate a booster. We just have the line list right now for the 2 shots. So she can do that. She knows how to create that in our ARIES portal. The current push, though, has not been to have the community send us that information. So I really want to thank our Chief Human Resources Officer, Marina Gonzalez. Believe it or not, she's been the guru behind Informed K-12 to get that out. And what she would do then is she would start to revise that so that it goes out again to our community, this time with the language from the public health departments about requiring boosters, and then basically going through that entire routine again with the 3,500 students to get that information back to us. The good news is, we started, for example, in fact, I remember the day, Labor Day 2021. That's the very first time we put an all call out to the high school to try to get some vaccination status reports in, because we had those guidelines and we needed that information. So from September then, Labor Day, to now, which is January, it's pretty remarkable that we were able to retrieve, again, down to about 120 students that we still need to hear from. So that's closely, 1,800 or so students that we've already heard from. So if we were able to upload that much vaccination information in about 4 months, we know what we did right and we know what we need to fix. And so moving forward then, if we needed to cultivate the booster information, at least we've learned that we can get that a bulk of information done in a couple of months, which I think is remarkable. Again, hats off to Marina Gonzalez. So again, we would learn from what we did well to try to push that out and get the same response back to meet whatever deadline the public health department gave us for booster mandates.
Great, thank you. And so now to Trustee Lara.
Thank you. Also, I just wanted to reiterate that my pronouns are he, him, and they, them. And I had just like 3 things, but one of them, they're all like fairly short. The first one is just like a general request for more masks in classrooms and hand sanitizers included as well. Trustee Dana and I met with the superintendent and the board president today, and that was just something that we brought up, was the fact that at least at the high school, and like we wish we knew more about like what the situations are at the current sites, at the other sites when it comes to testing and like mask reception, but at least at the high school, everything is kind of in our main lobby. And we were wondering if like it'd be possible to like spread out the masks at each site in like classrooms so that students don't have to go to this one singular location and like potentially expose themselves to other students who are feeling worried about COVID. If we could have masks in classrooms and hand sanitizers available as well, and an increase of those, that would be great. And then the second one was like, I remember Trustee Boyd brought this up earlier and I didn't respond to that. I forgot to, but in terms of like giving information out to students, something that Allison and I are also interested in is like utilizing Google Classroom notifications. I know, Dr. Wells, you brought up that students aren't really checking emails, and like that makes a lot of sense because sometimes their emails are just filled with spam and like the Google Classroom notifs. So I think like because Google Classroom is such a big method of like receiving information that students check daily to like complete a homework, I think it would be really beneficial for like teachers to put a notification out there about like COVID updates, maybe once a week or whenever relevant. And it would be up to like the site to determine like when or what they would be sending out. But also I know that like the students at the high school and leadership and Allison and I are also interested in helping out with that distribution of information. We also think that like maybe advisory presentations or just presentations in general that a specific class period is supposed to like give, I think would also be helpful. We already have some that are going around that are really great, but we don't have much yet about policy or protocol, and I would love to see more of those included. And text messaging as well also sounds like a great idea. Maybe, I don't know, I haven't thought much about that one to be honest, but I would be okay with that as a student myself. And then third, Allison's going to talk about this, but I would also just like to reiterate that, like, this is not to like anybody on the board, but I guess just like everybody listening, that if you have a student that has tested positive for COVID, please keep them home. Like, I have heard of numerous people who have like been tested outside of school that are positive and are just insistent on receiving an education. And I totally understand, especially because it sucks to like miss out on school and have to catch up, and like because of our really competitive academic culture, I really empathize with that. But it like you're putting people at risk, you're putting other people's families at risk, especially the immunocompromised, and it really breaks my heart that that is a situation. But yeah, please be mindful of others, and like without your health, you can't really like do education anyways. So I'd just like to like say that, and Allison will talk to that a bit as well.
Great, thank you. Trustee Dana.
Yeah, I'd just like to apologize again My camera turned off. Today has been quite difficult in terms of technology. So yeah, and then thank you, Trustee Lyra, for talking about that. I wasn't actually going to say that one anecdote. I think that that's been reiterated a lot. And I mean, it's a couple of cases, but I think that something that might be a little bit more, or it might be easier for people to sort of ameliorate this situation, because it's kind of hard for us to like work on the competitive academic culture, which again is like an issue. I just wanted to bring up pool testing, and then oh, can you guys still hear me? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, we can totally hear you. Except now we can't hear you. Is it just me? Okay. We might have lost you, Allison. Trustee Lyra, you said you thought you knew what she was going to talk about. Do you know?
She's FaceTiming me right now.
Oh, okay.
I think you have to mute your computer, Allison. Okay, do you want to?
I muted my phone on accident. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
We're nodding yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Again, tech issues, awful. All right. Okay. So I just wanted to talk about pool testing. I think what Shaka brought up is really important. But I was also wanting to share like a separate anecdote, because I think that they kind of explained what I wanted to say. There's nothing really further that I wanted to reference. But as for pool testing, I had some trouble understanding like the procedure, because I got pool tested and then my class came back positive, but then instead of like immediately testing all of us, and I think efforts were made to, it was just difficult because they said that we would be tested in the period that we took the pool in, which would mean that the person that was positive in my class would effectively be attending all of their classes up until the period that they got tested in, which at first kind of shocked me, when receiving that email. And I can't imagine the amount of stress and like people coming and needing tests and everything. And that must be really overwhelming for everybody that's involved in that process. But I was I guess, brainstorming on kind of like ways that we might fix that, and think about ways that we might test students possibly before school, or like make it so that students won't be exposed to as many other students as possible if they are in a group, if they're in a pool test and not test positive. I don't know if that was coherent. Do you?
Yes, that was coherent. So maybe Executive Director Ritchie, you could talk about the process that's been happening for pool testing and verification, and then respond to some of those concerns.
Absolutely. Thank you. And pool testing is not mandated. It's not even required. It's an extra step that Albany Unified School District has decided to take on, again, as a preventative surveillance measure. And so I know that I've been working with Superintendent Wells on, speaking with other districts in terms of their ability to pool test, their decisions to drop pool testing, or perhaps their landscape, which doesn't even include pool testing. So just to let you know that Albany Unified School District is probably one of a handful of districts that is still doing some pool testing. Pool testing, if you test a pool, you're still going to be waiting 2 days minimum, perhaps 3, but the response time is around 2 days. And you still have that positive person in your classroom. So again, we're not in a position where we're dropping our risk levels to 0, but we are mitigating them with this optional pool testing. And so what you want to do is you do want to make sure that you can identify as quickly as possible that positive person so that you can certainly, first of all, take care of them. You want to make sure that their health is in shape. And then you want to make sure that the community is not going to be exposed further. Therefore, you're going to put that person in isolation. But again, even with pool testing, do remember that there is a few days of lag time where you're still in that class with that positive person. So all other mitigation factors then, and again, Albany is doing this extremely well, including mask wearing, staying home when you're symptomatic, being honest and telling us if you have a positive case so that we can notify the students and the staff members who might have been in close contacts, are all other strategies that come into play. Pool testing, again, is an optional activity. We're going to continue until further notice, of course, with that pool testing. So please understand that all other mitigation factors, including the 2 or 3 days that you have to wait for the results, are all very important in order for keeping us safe. And that's hopefully answering your question, Board Member Dana, but if you have anything further, please let me know.
Yes, it does. Thank you so much.
I guess I have a follow-up, which is just, I think what Trustee Dana was asking is, what's the sort of policy for once we get notified of a pool? Do we have the opportunity to try to do the rapid test before school starts? Whenever that is, rather than waiting until later in the day. Is that a capacity issue, or is that a policy that we have? Just wanting to understand that better.
Yeah, no, very good question. And on any other given week, let's say, there might have been the capacity, and especially at the elementary levels, to make sure that you can line the students up before they're going into the classroom, because that's something that you can do. You have maybe 20 students in a class, 30 students in a class. At the high school, though, your close contact list could be the 7 classes that student was in, times whatever it is. So it's upwards of 150 students that, obviously you cannot line up and test before the first bell rings. And so again, your strategy is to make sure that you're testing those students to identify who in that pool is positive. Just last week, and I think I mentioned this, the Albany High School pools, we had 13 positive pools. And so in order for us to really test every single person in that pool before the first bell rings, we did not have the capacity for that. Therefore, again, all of the other mitigating strategies, including the mask wearing, making sure we have ventilation, making sure that we have really good track of our vaccine status, all of those come into play. And we certainly do our best. Again, with 13 pools just at the high school, and I believe there were 7 at Cornell, the capacity to do every single student before the first bell rings is just not feasible.
Okay, thank you. Vice President Duran.
Just a couple of questions. One is, I've seen reports anecdotally, primarily, where symptomatic kids were tested, and I don't get that. Why are symptomatic kids on campus in the first place? I mean, I'm visualizing they're not feeling good, et cetera, right? That they're obviously demonstrating some symptoms, and therefore they're part of pool testing, whatever. And I'm just wondering, do you see that the case? And if so, are we possibly not being strong enough in our messaging to parents? I think we have to say it over and over again, and in very strong terms, that if your child has any symptoms, they need to stay home. Is that something we can do on a regular basis? So that's the first question.
Certainly. And, it does certainly take a lot of people power to make sure that that happens. And right now that is on the desks of our principals, of our attendance clerks, of our teachers who recognize these symptoms. They are sent to the office, but we do test them, Vice President Duran, because we would like that information known before we're sending that student home. We would like to know if that symptom is conducive to COVID or not. And so we would test, and we routinely do test symptomatic students and even staff members before we send them home. We do understand, and especially at the elementary level, it can be a hardship. We know that. And even before COVID, students would come to school and there would be some symptoms, and there wouldn't be this heightened sense of testing, of course, but there certainly would be the effort to make sure that you're picking up the phone and asking the family members if they could come pick up the students. Again, we do recognize and we appreciate the hardship that comes from some families to really drop what they're doing and have the ability to come take their students home and not miss out on a day's pay, or not miss out, let's say, on the opportunity to do something at work. Therefore, it's going to affect them later on. We do understand the really heavy decisions that a parent needs to make if we call up and we say, we need you to come pick up your student. The difference in the past 2 years has really just been you are going to come pick up your student because your student's in isolation right now and they're not learning. They're not going back into the classroom. We're holding them out because we need you to come pick them up. Again, we do have some protocols and our guidance when it comes to symptoms. And our nurse, Monica Ming, can reach out to those families and let them know when they can start returning to school. You can return to school if you do have some symptoms. This is according to the Public Health Department guidance, but there are some things that have to happen. One of them has to be a negative COVID test. The other one has to be no fever for 24 hours without medicine. There are some symptoms that are more consistent with previous conditions, such as asthma, such as hay fever, such as other indicators, that this is something that's not COVID. Sometimes we can get that information from a doctor. Sometimes it's just in their medical record. So there are many different scenarios where a student might be in school with a symptom, but again, all symptomatic students and our office staffs are testing symptomatic students just to rule out. And of course, it's one of the conditions for that student to return to school when their symptoms are improving.
I think you are definitely much more sympathetic to the parents than I am. I mean, I think we are under, an epidemic situation, and parents, I understand that and need to do more if their kids are showing signs. And they, parents know when it's a asthmatic, symptom, for example, versus something else. And if they're not sure, then maybe they should do the testing or come to school and ask that the school do the testing. So that concerns me. And I somehow think we need to have a communication reminders all the time sent out to our parents. A couple of just two other questions then. If at this point we have, and I'm just talking about the 12-year-olds and up, if we have a 90% vaccination rate right now, are you contemplating moving to a smaller pool of testing of those students at the secondary level, both at AMS and at the high school, so that you're not going to be as overwhelmed? The staff is going to be able to breathe a little bit because they're not going to, because if we can do a pull testing, that's great. But when our capacity is stretched, and obviously it has been the last couple of weeks, that we need to be able to be honest with ourselves and say, we're doing the best we can, but we cannot continue at the level that we have been. So can we really pull back and still feel good about it, that we will be continuing to test the 4% that are unvaccinated but want to be tested on the weekly regular basis, and then throw in other kids that are vaccinated from time to time, but not just do masses of kids when we don't have to? So a smaller pool, is that possible? And is that something you're contemplating?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Vice President Duran, because I mentioned that our new motto is to test smarter and not test harder. And so one of the things that we're learning is kind of a double-edged sword. For example, on one end of the sword, I've learned that, you know what, you can be vaccinated and get COVID and expose others to it, and you can be unvaccinated and get COVID and expose others to it. And so the testing for me, for example, I now understand that piece of it. Now here comes the testing smarter part, and you mentioned specifically the pools. The hardest part is the testing afterwards to determine who is positive. That's what takes up most of the people power. And so we are actually getting some guidance from the pool testing companies, for example, on how to test smarter. Here's an example. Right now, we're putting about 15 swabs into one pool. So 15 swabs go into one test tube. Those test tubes are tested. If it's positive, I now need to test all 15 of those students. So now their suggestion is, well, you know what, take those 15 swabs, but divvy them up, put them into 3 different tubes, so that now you might only have 3 people in that tube, meaning if you have a positive result, you're not testing all 15, you're only testing the 3 people that ended up in that tube. And so we are learning, again, how to test smarter and not harder. And that might be one of the tweaks that we make in order to alleviate some of the system stress on our staffs for testing. But thank you for the suggestion.
And the other...
Do you mind if I ask a follow-up to that,
Sure.
Vice President Duran? Because I had a similar question. I guess, at what point is it just worth moving to individual PCR testing? Because once you're down to 3 swabs in a tube, why not just save yourself all of the steps and do the individual PCR testing? Could you maybe say a little bit about what the resource differences are, you know, leaving aside for the question that I want to come back to later about who we're testing? Is there really a significant advantage of doing tests in pools versus just submitting all the PCR tests individually, so that as soon as we come back, we know exactly who is positive? Because in some cases, we're waiting an additional 48 hours while those kids are at school to find out which person was positive. So could you speak up just to that, the logistical differences?
Absolutely. So logistically, I have to tell you, it is easier to conduct pool testing than it is individual PCR testing. Pool testing requires you to upload the pool name. PCR testing, you need to upload every individual name. So it's just the logistics of checking people in. Would certainly add some time if we switch to PCR testing instead of pool testing. And again, just to confirm, I can still pool test the same number of students. I'm not reducing that number. I'm just reducing the number of Q-tips that are in the swab. Therefore, the after action becomes a lot easier, because now all of a sudden I'm just testing those 3 people to figure out who was positive in that pool. I'm not testing everybody else who was in other tubes because those tubes were negative. So the simple fact of divvying up just the pool tubes that you're using, you're still testing the same amount of people, but your after action is going to be a lot easier. That was just one suggestion. And I can tell you just from the front end, it's a lot easier to check in a pool than it is to check in the PCR testing. And then here's the irony. Right now, for example, our turnaround time on pool results is about 48 hours, where there is such a lag with PCR testing, and that's the company that we're using, and that really is the name of the game all over the place. It can be upwards of 4 to 5 days, and actually this last PCR round, it took us a week to get those results back. But it's been very consistent with pool testing. If I pool test my kids on a Tuesday, I can usually get those results back by Thursday, so I can act on it. If I'm PCR testing everybody, first of all, remember that chain of service requires me to go to the UPS store to ship them overnight, to make sure that UPS delivers them, make sure the lab gets them. Pool testing is actually almost completely done by the company. In fact, they send a courier to each school site at the end of the day that we finish that pool. So those processes are working like clockwork, whereas the PCR testing can have many different ups and downs depending on the quantity of tests that the lab is producing or processing.
Great, thank you. That's
And of course, nothing compares in comparison to a rapid test. And again, we've given thousands of rapid tests, and we have a very good quantity right now. I should let you know that, again, thank you, Alameda County. We are not paying for any of our rapid tests. We are not paying for any of our pool tests, and we are not paying for any of our PCR tests. Right now, we have completely free testing, and we have adequate supplies of everything that we need.
Great. I will ask a question about rapid testing later, but go ahead, Vice President Duran.
Okay, well, just two questions, and one is really a follow-up to this pool testing. I do understand that our vaccinated kids, the 91%, are still getting COVID because it's just so contagious right now. But do you believe that we should still continue to test at a high rate those vaccinated students? Because then it sort of goes into play about what's the purpose of getting vaccinated if, we're going to continue to test at a high rate.
I think, Vice President Duran, I really would like to defer to someone with a medical background in terms of the validity of testing for medical purposes or public health purposes. I can let you know from a logistical standpoint, what that means to the district, of course. And I mentioned this, the more students you test, the more results you're going to get, meaning you're going to get, more positives and more negatives just because you're testing more students. What I do like about surveillance testing is that, again, it is a much easier method for us to actually be a proactive, let's say, responder to a positive test. And if I didn't have surveillance testing, I would be relying on the genuine validity of the community telling me who's positive, right? Or we would be testing students because we see a symptom. But without a regulated kind of cadence of testing, one that I think surveillance gives us, it would be very difficult then to be proactive. We would always be in the position of having to, quite frankly, react to cases that are brought to our attention. So that's the one piece that I do give ourselves kudos for. We're more proactive than reactive there. Does it make more work for us? It does. But do we see ebbs and flows? Absolutely. In fact, one of the things that I did want to mention is that, we've seen these surges come and go. So we're in the middle of one right now. So we also need to remember that when business is slow, then everything is really within our control to make sure that we can be proactive and reactive. Just right now with the surges, of course, it's been a lot of hard work for our staffs. But in the middle of, let's say, a lull, then actually pool testing, I think is more a readily available tool. And again, just to be proactive and to be that district that knows ahead of time, how many cases we're going to be dealing with that week, as opposed to being surprised by family members who submit their results. And some do, and some don't.
Yeah, I certainly applaud that attitude. A proactive attitude is I think the best approach. However, at the same time, I think we have to balance it with what seems to have been like a lot of misinformation or a lot of nervousness or anxiety, both with staff and community people, because of the proactiveness and all the capacity that it takes to do that. And so I just question if we should not maybe be more reflective on that and see at certain times if we want to scale it back just a little bit, especially given that the county is not, our guidelines for ourselves are higher, our expectations are higher than the county. So once again, given concerns from staff, I would, look at that just a little bit more carefully. And the other thing I wanted to ask you, my final question then is, similar to the January 2nd weekend, when you passed out testing and kids and asked parents, community to do the testing, and you were able to find some positives there. Do you anticipate doing the same for the February, after the February break?
Perhaps I can defer to Superintendent Wells. I know he might have some more information about our ability to access kits for take home.
I'm hoping to get more information tomorrow when I meet with the county superintendent and all my colleagues throughout the county, other superintendents. And that would be an issue for discussion. But as soon as I get information on that, I can notify the board. We did, however, get information that the governor is sending to districts, they don't know when, they just say soon, N95 masks. Good thing we were not waiting for the governor.
Thank you. Yes, we will not go down the road of the many things our higher levels of government could have done to help us more at this point. I have two areas of questions and then we can move to the public comment. So one is, I'm wondering what other, and we've kind of hinted at this, but what other testing smarter strategies we might want to think about. I know that, for example, Berkeley Unified is now just doing massive amounts of rapid testing and has moved away from pool testing and PCR testing almost entirely. And I know that they have their own health department. They may have a higher quantity of rapid tests. It sounds like we have about 4,000 a week. So I don't know what would be feasible, but it strikes me that there are some different ways that we might be able to focus our energy on higher risk situations, like athletics, choir, band, unvaccinated students, students in classes where there have been multiple exposures. So my 7th grader, for example, has been in classes where, 3+ students have tested positive, but that's not the pool he happens to be in. So I'm wondering if if you have other thoughts about how we could more strategically use our rapid tests in particular to do surveillance testing of much higher risk activities, as well as strategic testing for kids who've been exposed, for example, rather than, and I think it's hard to tell, maybe things will be much calmer in a couple weeks and all of this will be a little bit moot, but just thinking about the situation that we faced this week where, for example, we have our basketball team has had at this point 10, I think, cases, but we're still not doing regular routine rapid testing. And I think there may be other sports in a similar situation, same with some of our band classes. And so I wonder how we can think about being more strategic about targeting our high-risk activities and our higher risk students, as opposed to the way we're approaching the pool testing now, particularly given that there are such significant lags that often we're not doing the rapid testing for positive pools until a week later. So I just wonder what thoughts you have about that, especially given, as you said, that we're one of the few districts that is continuing to do pool testing. If you're hearing from other districts about how they're trying to use their resources more strategically, or if the county has provided any guidance about how to really target our staff and physical resources. And I guess what's prompting this is just hearing how incredibly strained the staff were this week. And again, maybe this will abate very quickly, but I want to make sure that we're balancing, not burning out our staff, but making sure that they're doing the testing that we really need to be done and not testing that doesn't have a big payoff in terms of minimizing our risk.
Let me take a piece of that. One that stood out, Madam President Hinckley, how other districts are doing, I've been monitoring, and I could sum it up in one word: terribly. And that's how they're doing from district to district. Everybody's trying to figure it out. Everybody's taxed, almost at a 911 status. So the long and short of it is not well. And I want to be clear about that. with all the districts that I've been monitoring and communicating with superintendents, just pulling their hairs out and trying to figure it out, taking a step back, pivoting, looking at who's doing what, what's working, what's not working. Folks are trying to figure it out. This is an unprecedented surge. Even though we have thought we might be prepared for it, we found out that despite all of our preparation, we still didn't know what we didn't know. And we're constantly learning things every day, sometimes by the hour. So I want to be clear about the issue of how it's working in other districts. One word, terribly.
I guess I'm not asking, to say, are we better or worse than other districts? I'm asking because I think we learn from what other places are doing. And, if we're one of the few districts that's still doing pool testing, and if it's not the most effective strategy for mitigating risk, I'm interested in what other districts, how they've chosen to focus their resources, and especially doing much more targeted and much more frequent rapid testing to catch cases.
I'll respond as well. Out of our testing repertoire, pool testing is the easiest up front, that's for sure. It's the easiest way to test many students with very little logistical uploading needed. It's the after action that can take some time, that's for sure. PCR testing, it takes time, and it takes time to get the results. Rapid testing is interesting. We get the results quickly, but I got to tell you, it does take a lot of time and a lot of organization to mass rapid test some folks. And so that consideration is also given in terms of just how much time, for example, a student is going to be out of classroom for a rapid test versus out of the classroom for a pool test. For a pool test, that student's going to be out of the classroom for 30 seconds at best to take that test. For a rapid test, that student's going to be out for at least 15 minutes before we can get those results. And so that's just a reality of rapid testing. I love rapid testing, and my staff and my students do as well. So if I could pivot, let's say, from a pool test to a full rapid test, then we certainly would. It's an easy way to get those results quickly. Here's what my assurance level needs to be, though, and that's, can I get enough rapid tests to really keep up the cadence and to not run out or to not be out when I have a serious situation? I've committed too many to the basketball teams or the other teams that have been testing based on a surveillance method. And right now we are pretty dependent on this free shipment that comes once a week from the state. And I'm grateful for that, absolutely. They haven't told me yes or no that they're running low or not. But let's say they do, then all of a sudden there's a scramble and my testing cadence is off and I would have to pivot back to something anyway. So I don't necessarily want to give those up just because the rapid tests, as you can see, ebb and flow in terms of their availability and our reliance then on the state to provide those. At the beginning of the pandemic, we did purchase many rapid tests. And, 600 tests or so would cost us 10 grand. It was just outrageous, the prices that they were charging us for the number of rapid tests that were on the market. So right now we do have this ability just to basically produce these rapid tests from the state's logistics, but I don't have assurances that that's endless. And what I do know, though, is that my PCR and my pool testing supplies are endless right now. There's really no way that we can use all of those up. And so for my own assurances, I still would like to have all three repertoires available to me. But if we were going to pivot, let's say, from pool testing to rapid, absolutely, so be it. I just have to assure my community that I can get my hands on that many rapid tests. I'm just not quite sure I can do that with assurances right now, like my other two.
Great, thank you. I mean, all this detail is really, really helpful. And I know you guys have thought about it endlessly. So thank you. I have one other question on a different topic. So I'll let Trustee Dana ask hers first.
Yeah.
Go ahead, we can hear you.
Oh, sorry. I'm just sorry. Just quickly clarifying, you, Executive Director Ritchie, oh no, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Or am I? Okay, great. Okay. I just heard that I think I'm glitching.
You're good. We can hear you.
Okay. I'm so sorry. You guys are glitching for me, so that's what's creating the time difference. Anyways, I'll continue. So I think that I've had a lot of trouble understanding whether I don't, oh my goodness. Okay. I don't know. I think I've had a lot of trouble understanding like whether students are supposed to be sent back to class after they take the rapid test, like immediately, because that's, as far as I've known, like what has been happening. I took my rapid test and then I was sent immediately.
So now we can't hear you.
I didn't have clarified that's what I was concerned about earlier, like with the whole
Okay,
like, going back to class. Yeah.
I think I got the gist of that question. So is the protocol for rapid testing that they wait the 15 minutes to get the result before they go back into class, or are they sent back and then notified later?
I have to tell you that there's certainly a best practice to keep them out of class. In fact, that's what I observed today at the high school when I was there picking up the PCR test. There was a student who had been given a rapid test, and Assistant Principal Al Simon had her stay in the nurses station until the test results were read. So that is a best practice. There is, again, this reality that you were in class already. And so as soon as we do know that you are positive, we are certainly going to pull you back out of that classroom. Again, it's very difficult to assure that we have zero exposure risks in our schools. We know we have exposure risks in our schools. Our job is to react when we do identify a positive person. And therefore, when the rapid tests are completed, then that individual either stays in class or they will be pulled from that classroom and put into isolation.
Great, thank you. So hopefully that.
Sorry, I didn't hear the tail end of that, but I'll listen to the recording.
Okay, well we can send it to you in writing. You don't have to watch the whole thing. All right, so I have just one question on a separate topic, which is related to what the teacher brought up who called in, which is just the volume of teacher and student absences. And I think for students, especially at the high school, a lot of absences, and just wanting to sort of hear perhaps from Superintendent Wells, what is really happening on the ground in terms of teachers being pulled in to have to sub and cover multiple classes, and also sort of managing the educational challenge of having 20, 30, 40% of your students not there. I guess I think it would be good for us to hear a little bit from you about what that's really like, and what our strategies are for keeping our teachers from going over the edge and sort of managing our emergence from this surge as best as we can.
Well, say you have typically 2 teachers out at the high school, and on average, and then you move from having 2 teachers out to now having 8 teachers out. That becomes taxing on the system, and teachers who have their prep, meaning time they use to plan for their classes, or having those preps interrupted to fill in for the teachers because of the excessive number of absenteeism. And so, for example, when you have one out for COVID related and the others out for other reasons, you name it, the system is taxed and we have to function best we can. And sometimes that means administrators covering the classrooms as well. along with teachers who have a prep doing a particular vacancy, filling in, and that's how the system gets taxed when you have a significant number of teachers out at any one school. The good news is that's not typical and has not been typical at the other schools in terms of absenteeism, but that does create a situation when you have a high number of folks out. That means the folks who are coming in are taxed and giving up their planning time, and it's a domino effect in the worst way. And so that's how we were or have been of recent at the high school. And it's concerning. Not to mention the lack of continuity and instruction that the students would be getting.
And so you say it's concerning. So what are some strategies we can use to try to support the teachers and staff at this point?
Well, one, we want to listen to the teachers first and foremost about what are that causing them to be absent. And two, in addition to that, we have hired dedicated subs to every site. And so we will, as we did a couple of days, for example, if the high school has sub vacancies that are filled, we would send them over to the high school. But when teachers have to cover, some teachers, not all, when some teachers have to cover, that does become taxing, and that's because we didn't have enough subs to cover the vacancies. But that is not the norm. And so a strategy is to, for example, those dedicated subs at elementary and the middle school, we send them over to the high school when needed. And if they were needed somewhere else, that would leave, it really depends. Day to day, it really depends.
Understood. I guess for myself, and I think probably the rest of the board, we would appreciate being sort of kept updated, kept up to date about how that's really happening at the sites. Because we do hear from teachers, from other staff, from students about that sort of sense of anxiety about sort of barely keeping classes staffed and a lot of students being absent. And I think we just appreciate being kept in the loop about your level of concern about that situation.
And let me just say, everyone is different. And so I'm trying not to generalize, but some folks understand that, okay, this is a crisis time. We have X number of teachers out. I'm gonna have to give up my prep. That's understandable. Others really look forward to that prep. And when it happens back to back, meaning Monday and Tuesday, and then a Wednesday, hence come a lot of frustration. And so that we understand that. And so keeping the board up to date in my Friday updates, like I did last Friday, with the number of folks out, maybe a narrative about the impact of that. And the impact of that may be different from class to class, but knowing the vacancies that we have and uncovered at each school site, I think might be helpful. Thank you.
Thanks. Sorry, I feel like I've taken up a lot of time and I know we do need to get to public comment, but I just want to make another plug for also communicating to the community about that level of strain, especially since we've also been hearing that the volume of independent study requests, I think, again, especially at the high school, has been very high and adds additional workload and strain for the teachers to keep up with. Especially as they're managing waves of students going out for short periods of time. So I think doing some communication to the community about the resource constraints that we're under right now might be especially helpful. And trying to alleviate some of the anxiety that the student board members referred to as well among high school students about falling behind if they stay home, and that creating stress for them or making them want to show up even if they have tested positive for COVID or are experiencing symptoms. That I think a message about that volume of resource constraint and the the importance of us all, you know, showing some, I guess, as Trustee Boyd would say, showing some grace and patience as we get through what we hope is just a few weeks of this surge might go a long way in alleviating some of that stress for both teachers and students.
And thank you for that, Madam Chair, President Hinckley. Let me take a moment to really quickly. I'll be working this week on a communication to the community about independent studies and expectations. For example, those parents who elect to keep their kids out for a week or 2 or 3 have to have reasonable expectation. By notifying me today, I'm going to take my kid out for a couple of weeks, and I'll be back today to pick up my packet is not realistic, and it shouldn't happen. And so managing expectation is something we're gonna have to commit to and have to be realistic about, because that's not realistic to expect a teacher to have work ready for a student at a drop of a dime. And so we'll be working on clarifying that, because we have 3 types of independent study. Typically, independent study would give a 10-day notice. Super reasonable. But here we're in a crisis. We still want to be reasonable, but we're not going to have the work ready the same day, and maybe not the next day, because it takes time to get that together. But I would articulate that in my communication.
That sounds great, but I think we might have just lost you. Okay, you're back. We heard all that, yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I think, yeah. All right, one last comment before we go to public comment. Trustee Doss.
Yeah, I was wondering if we could speak a little bit to the possibility of having a independent study liaison at each site to kind of ease the burden on teachers at each site, and to make the process a little easier on students and parents.
I like the thinking around providing more support, but during this crisis, as we begin to have to prioritize, if we were able to get more of anything, it would be more teachers to cover classrooms, so that we have some continuity during this high absentee rate at one of our particular schools. We will look into other ways, one of which might be some kind of liaison to help with this. But it will, so what you know, nothing's off the table, let me say that. And I appreciate the sentiments about wanting to get the teachers as much support as we can.
All right, thank you. So we will now move to public comment. I'm gonna wait a second for my timer. Appreciate everyone's patience. All right, we start with Miss Patty.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Hi, I'm Miss Patty from Cornell. And I wanted to just sort of give you, first I wanted to give a shout out to Miss Reimuller, Miss Suling, Miss Margaret, Miss Jeannie, and Nurse Yun in our office, who have been doing an amazing job of really following up and testing on all of our positive cases. It has been a really rough week for us at Cornell. There have been a lot of people who have been identified. I agree with Vice President Duran that we really need our community members to step up and to make sure that they are taking all necessary precautions. The one thing I would love to see is if we could get some additional people to help with testing. I think that testing is really important, and given what we know about this variant and the fact that unvaccinated people can carry it and pass it with showing very few symptoms, I think that the pool testing is an excellent idea, but it does have a long turnaround rate, and the rapid tests can give us that information so much quicker and so much easier. And so I really just want to push our district to keep monitoring the situation, to keep pushing for more testing, and if at all possible, switching to just everyone taking a test, Monday, before you start the week might really help catch those cases before they're sitting in class for multiple days. With that in mind, I really want to thank Ms. Reimuller again. She's doing an amazing job at testing, and that is all that she has been able to do for the past 4 days. It has been really insane. We're also missing quite a few staff, and we're seeing some impacts on our students from that as well. So thank you, Alexi, Ms. Ritchie, and thank you, Dr. Wells. I really appreciate both of you for your work.
Thank you. It's very loud. Sorry. Next is Miriam.
Hi. I don't know if you can appreciate how traumatizing it is to have 6 contact notices in a day and only receive paper on one of them, and then attend a board meeting and hear people talking about the unnecessariness of testing vaccinated people when I've just been exposed all day to vaccinated people who are sick. So, I guess people don't really care about that, but that's very traumatizing. And if you want to support teachers, you need to be more careful about appreciating what we're going through right now and what we're walking into every day. But beyond that, I think what's happening here with this idea that we won't go into remote or take a day off of school or close even for a day unless we are completely off the rails, no subs, or we have an outbreak identified by the county. The risk that we run into here is that you haven't talked about the 18 to 25% of students who are not in school. And the fact that I can't teach the 80% that are there and then teach the 20% at night and then somehow kind of keep going week after week and have those be quality education. But what's more important is that when I get sick, and I'm starting to say when I get sick, I will be able to do nothing for you. So if we're not going to prevent the outbreak, then we're going to run right off the rails to the point where we really aren't offering an education anymore. What we need regular 1 day out of school or a week to let the surge pass so that we can provide a quality education to all of those students in a remote setting, and then get quickly back into a full-scale operation with everyone in class.
Thank you. PCC.
Hi, this is Elizabeth. I am the parent of a Marin School 4th grader. And I really heard the emotion in the voice of the previous speaker. So I definitely want to underscore that we want to support our teachers as we get through this Omicron surge. And my questions and comments are related to that. We all know that we're in a peak of a very big, very contagious variant. And so during this peak, I really want to encourage that we maintain the testing that we're doing, if at all possible, and potentially increase testing so that we can get a better handle on what the rate of positive cases in our schools is. I've also heard the student trustees expressing concern about being exposed to other positive students on campus or while awaiting a test. And I think we cannot lose track of the mental health impacts that could have for our students if they don't feel that they're being adequately protected or cared for by the adults who are charged with looking out for their well-being. So I know that no one wants to go back to Zoom school, and there's a lot of concern about student mental health in relation to online school, but I want us to also think about the student mental health concerns when students don't feel protected by adults. And then finally, I would like to ask, I really appreciated Trustee Doss's point about could we have an independent study liaison to make independent study more robust for our students who are out of school. My daughter is out of school because I'm very concerned, and she really hasn't had anything to do. And I don't expect the teachers to create it instantly. I understand everyone's under severe strain, but if any more resources could be directed toward independent study, that would be greatly appreciated. I know everyone's working so hard, and I really, really appreciate it.
Thank you. Jessica.
Hi, thank you for the time. Most of my concern is based on the overwhelming number of tests that are being conducted and how the scale of that strains the testing infrastructure and impacts our district testing needs. While our existing process worked well last fall when Omicron wasn't a problem, but now with cases skyrocketing due to Omicron transmission rate and the existing process, it's dangerously slow, especially now that PCR tests are delayed by days and days. And this can only be seen as a recipe for community spread. I realize that labeling multiple cases in a classroom as an outbreak is something that must be handled through the proper procedures. But like the situation with multiple cases on the basketball team, if it walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, and coughs like a duck, then it's probably a duck with COVID. So having a clear plan to proactively protect the students and staff for the near term is the only prudent way to go forward. Efforts to test smarter need to be supported by plans and actions based on the data, and reducing the amount of data by not testing vaccinated students at a time when transmission is so high should not really qualify as testing smarter. Please encourage as much testing as possible, and I encourage the board and district leaders to develop alternate plans for dealing with the delays in testing and choosing mechanisms that protect our students, staff, and the broader community. Thank you for your tireless service and for finding a way to avoid delaying the vaccine mandate change. That's so encouraging, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mariam.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
So I can't thank you guys enough. You're all needing statues, literally, each of you made. You guys have done I don't know, you're doing so much work above and beyond. And I just want to say I'm so grateful and so thankful for everything that you're doing. Just a few comments and thoughts. At the beginning, Executive Director Richie, you mentioned a quote from Fauci and something from maybe New York Times about how Omicron is a little milder. And I wanted to just respond to say, those comments are about the acute phase of the acute infection, like when you first get it and surviving the first, week. But we don't know about the long COVID phase, and doctors are still very confused. There's a lot of research going on. One of my classmates' mothers is a brilliant scientist who has been bedbound for a year and a half because of long COVID here in our district. So long COVID is real, significant, and this is still risky because Omicron can still cause it. I have to talk faster. Trustee Duran, vaccines protect us from severe disease, but they do not mean we cannot transmit. So coming back to Executive Director Richie, now trying to talk really fast, the testing harder, not testing harder, but smarter. I still think that vaccinated kids and teachers and everybody can still transmit. And I understand that if people are exposed and you're needing to test all the time, how are you going to do that? Makes me think about Berkeley Unified School District, where they said when you were exposed, you have to sign up for pooled testing. Can we exposed people be just signed up like Berkeley did? They just did it somehow. And to keep our numbers down. I'm sorry, to keep our, I was trying to talk fast. Last thing is the best way numbers down. Finish my sentence. The best way to keep numbers down is to have high quality masks like N95. That's how doctors stay safe in hospitals, and that's how we will stay safe. So if we can get those masks on every face, I don't know how to do it. I know its mandates might be hard, but like anything to try to make sure there's no cloth masks. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Christian. Sorry, I didn't. There you go. Now you should be able to talk.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, first off, I just wanted to say how much I appreciate the teachers. They're the real heroes in this. They're our frontline commanders, and they are risking themselves and sacrificing themselves. And I think any response other than just kind of following their lead would be as silly as fighting a war and not following your frontline commander's lead, and as unethical, in fact. I did want to say a couple of things. One, just really quickly about smart testing versus hard testing. I think what we have is overwhelmed testing. We have the wave has just crushed what we were doing before for protection. And we do need, as President Hinckley was saying, more strategic testing. I think, though, what that would require, given limited capacity, is keeping exposed kids home longer. Now, I don't know exactly what the details of that plan would be, but maybe not so much for this wave, which we've already missed, sadly. It's already fully on us. But for future waves, we need a plan about how to do strategic testing, which I think will require keeping exposed kids home, which is not abnormal. I mean, think about before this pandemic. If a kid was exposed to TB, they would be, kept home, regardless of whether they'd been tested. The third thing I wanted to say, just to echo a previous caller, I'm a psychotherapist. I see children. I know people were worried about depression and sad, difficulty with keeping kids home. If kids are scared, you need to poll them now, and teachers are scared now, and they're spending 8 hours a day in an environment where they are scared. I guarantee you they will suffer mental health consequences, which will play themselves out over years and decades. Being in an environment which you perceive, whether they are right or wrong to perceive it that way, which you perceive to be dangerous because some of the kids were exposed, they might have COVID, they told you their family has COVID and they didn't tell anyone, those kids will be anxious and they will suffer psychological damage.
Thank you. Andrea.
Hi, everyone. I've never-ending gratitude for all the work everyone's doing right now, and I can't imagine what it feels like to work in a school site right now, so I really want to give a shout out to the teachers, staff, and administrators handling all of this. I think we have the sad luxury of watching what's ahead, and Bob Wachter at UCSF wrote today that our vaccination rates are not protecting us from a surge. We have rough weeks ahead, and we might not be in the peak yet. And I realize you don't have a lot of control. I realize there are constraints the state has put into place around virtual. We also really need to keep our under 5, our elderly, and our medically compromised safe and alive. I'm worried about the next few weeks. I'm worried we haven't seen the worst of this. We're seeing students in Brooklyn and Oakland walk out to demand remote and petition to have more protections or go virtual, respectively. So what's in your control? I really want to urge you. The board can take the step tonight, I believe, to require high quality masks for those who can wear them. My understanding is the county health department says that's our best path forward, given other mitigation efforts we have underway already. I really want to urge the phrase strategic testing and smart testing. Having less testing right now does not seem smart. That seems like a mistake. We've had 6 notices since yesterday about exposures with my kids who are home and virtual learning right now because we have medical concerns in our household. We're seeing 7-fold breakthrough rates in vaccinated people in New York, and we're seeing big gaps in time going between testing and results, and hearing concerns from students about what's going on. So I would really urge us not to reduce our testing, but to be strategic and smart about it. And the independent study thing, I just want to say, I know there's not a great path there given our capacity, but it's really untenable for high school students to teach themselves 6 or 7 challenging academic courses over time when they're medically compromised, trying to stay safe. We know people don't have the bandwidth to do more than this, but something else. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Pardon my Zoom challenges. Next is Ms. Combs.
Hi, thank you for giving me this time. To the question about what's happening on the ground, I'm a teacher at the high school, and I've been watching admin do the best they humanly can while juggling truly an inhumane number of tasks. I'm watching teachers and experiencing subbing in classes where positive COVID exposures are happening, and then until this week, not receiving notifications about those exposures, right? Which obviously creates hesitation about stepping in to cover classes when we're thinking about the sub shortage and what happens as teachers are staying home, right, when they're sick. And you know, we've talked a lot about the various challenges in front of us. Like many of us, I'm solution oriented. And so when I'm thinking about solutions to raise safety, given the risks that we're experiencing, mandated KN95 masks or N95 masks, as the previous speaker just alluded to, right? Mandated weekly testing, accurate and updated dashboard about cases in our district with accountability, and systems to contact absent students who to ask about symptoms or positive test results, given that everything that we're doing now is essentially on an honor system operating on trust. And that does not actually keep us safe. And speaking very quickly to the mental health concerns, right, for students, for staff, for all of the people on campus, right? Hearing about positive exposures through the grapevine is not a way to make students feel secure in being in campus. It's not a way to make staff feel secure in being on campus. And it's not a way to maintain the community that we've built here at Albany with a commitment not just to educate, but to keep one another safe. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Joel.
Hi, good evening, board, senior staff. Like so many have said, really appreciate continued just hard work that you all are putting into this issue. I really want to thank you for removing the agenda item, proposing to delay the vaccine mandate in the midst of this surge. That's certainly the right move to make. In fact, I think the board should actually revisit the mandate to include boosters. More and more evidence shows that boosters are needed, and some depending on the original vaccine that you've received, some students would be eligible for boosters. I think that should be incorporated. Also, I think the board should move to make high quality masks, so your N95s, your KN95s, a requirement for students and staff, with exceptions for medical necessity. I also think we have to figure out how we can be sure that all families have access to them, because certainly some families may not be able to afford them. And then until then, I think we need to think more about what the district can do to encourage N95 use. I know that the supplies are there. I would love to see the district have a district-wide plan, as well as some more aggressive site-specific approaches to get those masks on the faces. It seems that we can certainly do more in that area, and I think there would be a lot of parents that would gladly help spread the word and help make that happen. And then lastly, in the 30 seconds here, I just want to echo many of the comments tonight that have expressed concern about what we've heard tonight around potentially reducing the testing. It seemed, it just given the surge that we're in right now, it seems like that would really be a step in the wrong direction. Even for the vaccinated, the CDC recommends that people exposed test at 5 to 7 days, and backing off of that would be a huge mistake. So thank you.
Thank you. Yolanka. You might be on mute. Now it looks like you're not on mute, but we still can't hear you. Let me try something.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yep, now we can.
Sorry, I don't know what causes that. I apologize. I just wanted to, as a parent of 3 fully vaccinated kids in AUSD, I just want to add some comments to this interesting discussion. Firstly, like almost everyone, I really want to thank, Assistant Superintendent Ritchie, Dr. Wells, the administration, the board, the school administrations and principals, and really importantly, our teachers for really doing everything they possibly can to keep our schools open. I just find it incredibly uplifting how much work everyone is doing across all the schools of the district to keep the schools open. It really makes me happy to see that we've really learned the lessons of 2020 and 2021, and that really closing schools is the worst possible outcome. It harms our kids, and the repercussions are long lasting.
as we've seen in some of the test scoring and mental health outcomes. So I just really want to thank everyone for all the hard work they're doing to keep our schools open. I also want to say that, like, I, as a parent, I stand ready to help however I can. I know there's been calls across school districts for parents and volunteers to help. We will help however we can. I know as someone who works in logistics, getting volunteers is not, you can't just call someone up on a moment's notice, but we stand ready and we want to help however we can. I also just want to, and when we mean this, we want to help. I also just want to mention that everything has consequences, and I really am supportive of the testing and the intense testing that has been taking place. We represent sort of the gold standard of testing across school districts, and I can't think of a school district that's doing more testing than we are. But there are repercussions to testing. I asked my daughter yesterday, how many tests did you get this week? And she's like 5. She was pulled out of school multiple times, practically every day for testing. So let's always remember that testing vaccinated asymptomatic kids really does have consequences. So I just encourage us to think rationally about this. Thank you, and really thank you to everyone who's working so hard. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Shannon.
Oh, hi, thanks. I just wanted to add my voice of thanks to everyone. I'm just so grateful to be in a district where we have these excellent leaders, and I am I'm really in awe of how hard everyone is working over the last week. I'm incredibly grateful to the teachers for prioritizing our kids, keeping them in school. And I want to add my voice as a parent to say that I really appreciate that we're sticking to guidelines and we're following public health recommendations. Lastly, just want to send out my support. I'm a healthcare provider. I'm working long days. We're working in weird situations. We're wearing N95s all day. It's a challenging time. It's traumatizing. I'm just really, really supportive and grateful to everybody. And I really appreciate us working towards staying with what the public health guidelines and public health recommendations are. Thank you.
Thank you. Payal. You might be on mute.
Hello, hi. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thanks so much. And I also want to echo everybody's appreciation for all the work of the board and Dr. Wells, Ms. Ritchie, and all the staff, especially all the teachers and the staff on sites. Very much want to support and stand with the teachers and their recommendations on what's needed to keep schools safe as well as effectively running. Dr. Wells mentioned a message that he was going to be sending out. And I wanted to request that as often as possible, I think Trustee Duran was saying this as well, but as often as possible, please underscore how important it is if this honor system is going to work, if we're going to keep the collective safe. It is really important for parents to keep sick or symptomatic kids at home, kids who are exposed, particularly where there are other people at home who are positive. I know of, there have been many cases where, there were mentions of positive kids in school or others in the family. We just need to collectively bring down that, no pun intended, temperature of, and the spread. And so reiterating that is really important. I also support the suggestions regarding making KN95 masks requirement, strong encouragement, whatever language can be used, providing those as to the extent possible, of course, providing exemptions for students who aren't able to use them. But we really need to find a way to get past this sort of honor system. Let's hope this all works for the best. Keep our fingers crossed. I think there were a lot of steps that were taken early on, such as the tests. Continue to test and I love the idea of the Monday test, making that sort of a routine practice.
Thank you. Vanessa.
Hi, I'm a high schooler at Albany High, and I just wanted to talk about why testing is necessary, like weekly. I don't know if a lot of parents probably don't know the stairways at the high school are so jam-packed. The hallway is insane. And then after school too, when you're leaving the building, it is so packed. Like you are right up against people. And sometimes it's really hard to like imagine that COVID is happening right now. And I want to just emphasize that to parents or just to other people who might not think that having this much testing is necessary. It really is, especially at the high school. And I just want to make sure that people know that. And I just want to let teachers know that I really do understand how stressful it is. And I know that too as a student, especially like when the kids aren't there and you're not sure like why they're not there, or like you just hear things in the hallway. Like I feel like it makes students like turn against each other, or just like no one really trusts each other, which I think creates like a really like harmful environment. And it's just really scary for everyone who's there. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for sharing that. All right, that's going to conclude our public comment. We are quite a bit over time for this meeting. So I'll hand it back to you, Executive Director Ritchie, or you had your hand up, so I'm going to hand it back to you.
I appreciate that. I wanted to catch one of the speakers, Shannon Huffaker, and really acknowledge that when we put out the call for some extra parental help, I primarily went to my public health group. I'd like to give them a shout out tonight. Shannon Huffaker is one of our leads there. She came to Albany Middle School when I needed her yesterday to help out with the surge in testing. She had her scrubs on. She was there at 8 o'clock. She tested from 8 o'clock till about 2:30 straight with very few breaks. Again, this was in response to our surge. And so I owe her a debt of gratitude, along with my public health group, who has really guided me through some of the hard decisions and hard directions that we had to travel over the past couple of years. And so again, hats off to Shannon Huffaker for her on the boots ground work with the middle school testing yesterday.
Great, thank you. Trustee Doss.
Thanks. Really quick, I just wanted to ask a clarifying question. Executive Director Ritchie, you mentioned earlier that we're currently not paying for any of the tests that we're receiving. Is that correct? Okay, so I just wanted to
that is correct, yeah.
Perfect. So I just wanted to confirm that, because I mean, it's been a lot of discussion around, different, testing and things like that. But I mean, if we're receiving the tests and it's not costing us, and the tests aren't costing us anything, then sounds like a good idea to, continue testing. I guess my one question for everybody, well, maybe two questions. One would be, well, currently schools are open and students are in school, which is a good thing. And I can only speak for myself, but I'm excited that kids are in school, and I like seeing the students in there and learning and being with their teachers. And I think that everybody wants that to continue to be the case. There's some things that we can do in order for that to be the case, but we have to do those things. I mean, I don't know. There's some battles that we definitely need to fight, but there's some battles that we don't really need to fight. Like, I mean, we kind of fought the battle for kids to get back in school. Well, now they're back in school, but we have to do all these different things in order to keep them there. Maybe they missed 10, 15 minutes of class to take a test, but at least they're in class, because guess how many tests you have to take if you're doing Zoom school? You don't have to take any. So, I mean, if you let me pick, I'll take 6 tests if I get to go and be in school with my friends and with my teachers that I love and learning in person and not, going through all that. I'll take the test, sign me up. And we have parents that are, willing to put on their scrubs and come to the school and test. And I mean, I'm assuming that Shannon has a job that she's supposed to go to all the time too, but she's coming up there and she's willing to test, and there's other parents that are willing to help. We have a whole volunteer medical group of nurse practitioners and doctors that are willing to volunteer their time, which I'm assuming is worth over $1 million. Right? Because you take all their salaries and combine those millions of dollars, and we're getting it for free because they want their kids to be in school. And teachers, they want to teach. And in return, they're just asking us to test our kids, and they're asking us to not take as many vacations. And they're asking us to be like a little safer and to stick a thing up your nose every now and then to keep them safer as they come to work every day to try and teach your kids. I mean, we're sitting on here and I'm listening to everybody like jump on here and stuff. And I don't understand it. If all you have to do is take a test to figure out if you have COVID or not, if it's positive, go home. If it's not positive, come to school and learn. We're happy to have you. If you have symptoms, stay at home until you are no longer have COVID. This is very simple stuff. It's starting to get frustrating because we're talking about stuff like, oh, well, don't test this person and test this person, or oh, I'm vaccinated and test this, or I'm not. This is all silly. We have thousands of tests and they are free. It is a way to find out if you have COVID or not. The more people we know if you have COVID, the less people get sick and schools get to stay open. Because as soon as schools close, everybody who's complaining about taking all these different tests will be complaining about schools being closed. And will be emailing and calling and all this different stuff and like standing outside and protesting. Remember those protests when you get ready to get on a plane and travel outside of the country and then come back to school and come back to Albany on Sunday night and then send your kid to school Monday morning. Remember the signs when you were standing outside wanting schools to open. When your kid is coughing, remember the signs and remember the long board meetings and remember all the props that you gave to all these people that are working 60, 70, 80 hours a week. Remember all the props you gave to them when your kid's coughing and keep them home. This is simple stuff. We are all on the same side, but we are having silly conversations. And this meeting went on for an extra 2 hours for no reason. Get vaccinated. If you don't want to get vaccinated, sign up for the testing. Find out if you have COVID. If you do, stay home. If you don't, come to school. That's it. It's not complicated. If you want schools to stay open, stop traveling to places that have high COVID cases and stay home during the surge. Wait till it's over because midwinter break is coming up. And as I scroll on everybody's Facebook, everybody's going to be traveling places. Nobody's going to just stay home. Everybody's going to go places, which is fine. Fine, go. If you just have to go and you just can't sit still and it's just, this money's burning a hole in my pocket. I got to see the world. Well, then just stay home, wait the 3 days, take the test, make sure it's negative, and then come to school. That's it. Keep the teachers safe because they're busting their butt and they are coming to work every day. So let's keep them safe. Let's keep the other students safe. Let's keep the vaccinated and the unvaccinated people safe. Everybody has the right to make their own decision. Let's just do the right thing and get this done. And stop complaining about stuff that at the end of the day, the grand scheme of things doesn't really matter. Anyway, I wasn't going to say anything, but it's getting frustrating. Like, you just got to take the test to see if you have COVID or not so we can keep everybody safe. That's it.
Vice President Duran.
Maybe we could make some suggestions. I know that the Executive Director, Richie, it obviously feels very strong, and certainly the parents tonight and staff felt that the kids need to be tested, including the vaccinated kids. But I'm wondering if the superintendent could work on addressing the concerns that come up after the testing goes out, and then there's kids that are positive and aren't staying home at the high school, for example, or teachers hearing about kids that are positive that are not on the dashboard. So I'm wondering if the superintendent could have a plan that he works out. In particular, it's at secondary where you have so many kids, right? As the student referred to, all up in the staircase, et cetera, and really address those concerns of the staff and the students, because that seems to be really a pivotal point at this moment. And so if the superintendent could please get a plan, if the rest of the board agrees in terms of direction, with the principal of the school and whoever else would be involved in that conversation, so the teachers have the information out there as to what the process is and what they need to do, who they report to, which they may already know, and whatever other supports can be provided for the teachers at the secondary level in particular, and that that information comes back to the board so that when we hear more concerns, we'll have a better idea of what actually is going on at the schools and how and what that support looks like.
Trustee Boyd.
Thank you. I just was going to ask or just make the suggestion, and people can respond to it or react to it. But if we might have tables set up at school sites where volunteers, either parent volunteers or members of the community, if there are enough people who would be willing to do this, might be able to hand out high quality masks to students, if that's something that might be beneficial as far as just getting the word out and making sure that people are aware that the school offices have these higher quality masks, and hopefully we can get the numbers up a bit that way. So it's just an idea.
So there have at least the middle school and the high school been several efforts like that by both parents and staff to hand out the masks. So I think that's one thing that there are a lot of people now trying to work on, and maybe we can get more updates next week about how that distribution is going. And making sure that folks understand that we have a lot of masks, but as somebody said, we need them to be on the right faces. So that will be, I think, part of the focus for this coming week. And then the one interesting thing that came out in the comments that hadn't been raised before is just follow up with students who are absent, and finding out if perhaps those are some of the positive cases that we may not be hearing about if students just stay home. So I know that's an added layer of follow-up for the staff, but I just wanted to identify that as an issue that came up in public comment that we haven't talked about. So I think, clearly we're going to be continuing to get updates about how the surge is going. I think we're all looking forward to hearing some updates about how we're adjusting some of our testing strategies, both to comply with the county and also to use our resources, strategically. I think one message that I heard was that we only have about 4,000 masks a week in the district. 4,000 rapid tests a week from that supply. And so it's hard to develop a strategy that would require a lot more than that, but maybe we could hear an update next week about how, if we do get additional supplies of rapid testing, how we might target those for some of the kinds of efforts that people brought up in the meeting, such as after a break or on Monday mornings, especially for high risk activities or what have you. Are there any other follow-up items that people want to make sure we get data about that weren't covered today, or other feedback that the staff would need from us?
Well, folks are thinking about that. I just want the board to know that I think it's important not to tippy-toe around big issues as it relates to mask and playing Mother May I, would you please wear the mask? I plan to make a mask K995 a requirement effective Monday. I think that is the biggest for my own health department mitigating practice that we have. And I think that's something we shouldn't skirt around. But as a heads up, and that way it's not like, please take the mask. It's us making a requirement that effective Monday, this is what you would be required to wear. And I waited to about this time because I wanted to make sure we had a healthy supply in hand to implement this, because mask is the biggest, from what we're hearing from our experts, mitigating practice that we can engage in. And so that would be something that we don't play Mother May I with, and that we just require it as a school district.
Do we actually have K95 masks that are suitable for K through 12?
Yes, we do. The mask that we have, the adult mask are for 3rd grade to adults, and then the kid masks that we have are for the younger ones, 2nd grade on down.
Because the presentation said the 3,000 child size KN95s are not here yet. So maybe we could get some clarity about that during the week.
Yeah, we will. And just for the record, we do have the kid mask, and thanks to amazing parents, one of which have their own company, who came and made a healthy donation.
Trustee Davidson.
I'm sorry. Totally think, let's do the things we need to keep the kids safe. This is a major equity issue. If we don't have masks to provide at the level that every kid can get one on their face every day, and trust me, I just paid $28 for a pack of like 4 at Morning Tide to get them on my kids' faces because it's the place you can get them. It's a lot of money. And guess what? My kid ate something for lunch and he like spit it in his mask and he's not going to wear it again. So for my, like, just personally for my family and others in the districts, we talk about this a lot. That's a financial burden that like we'll try to do, but I feel like if we mandate it, we have to be able to provide at that level the appropriate masks for all the kids that really need them. And we have to be able to let them know and do that. That's great. I don't know how we can do that by Monday, but if you guys have a plan, that's fantastic. But from what I've heard so far, we don't have enough masks to do that. So it's a flip now to hear, we're going to mandate it. We have to do it. It's going to keep the kids safe. And I also would like to know how we're paying for these now, because they are not cheap. And like I said, okay, let's do what we need to do to keep our kids safe. But we have to be reasonable here about what we can actually manage and do. And if we have to pull that money from somewhere else, I would like to know where it comes from, how we're going to get these. The timeline to get these masks on Amazon is a week or 2 out. So if we only have 3,000 coming, how will we then replenish those in enough time to have another stash for the kids after that? So I just think we really need to think about these things before we say in a snap, we're going to mandate it. Because I know our community will rise and do what they can, but we really have to make sure that we are prepared to back it up.
All right, so I think we need some clarification tomorrow about what we actually have and what that plan looks like. Be great to have all those masks on faces, but I don't want to commit to something that we can't actually supply. Trustee Doss.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak again. It sounds like, what's the best way to say this? I believe in our leader, and one of the parents talked about following the commanders. But they made like an Army reference, and it was good. I liked it. And so we as a board, we determined the when and the what. And so we've been working on that hard tonight. We've been talking a whole bunch of when and a whole bunch of what. And so now is our opportunity to wipe our hands of that and allow the superintendent and his staff to work on the how. And so if our superintendent says he's going to have masks for every student in the district, I believe it. And so we got to sit back and allow him to work on that how. What I would like to see, if the rest of the board agrees, is maybe a communication to kind of wrap everything that's been said in the past few minutes, kind of wrap all that up and send a communication out to the community that says, this is where we are, this is what we're going to be providing, and this is why. This is what we can actually mandate, and this is why. And kind of just clearing it all up, making it nice and clear and sending it out to everybody in the community, and then providing it in different languages so that there's no communication barrier there. And I think that Trustee Davidson made a really good point. When we do this, we want to make sure we're keeping all kids safe, but in an equitable way, right? We don't want to mandate something that's not going to be feasible for everybody, regardless of their income and their the financial feasibility for them to be able to do it. Because those masks are really expensive. $28 is nothing to sneeze at. And having to consistently buy that and then waiting, things like that. So keeping all that in mind. But I'm confident that you thought about all that, Dr. Wells. So I'm going to trust in your leadership, and I look forward to how you're going to get that done, and look forward to reading the communication. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I think we're done with this item, and for tonight, we'll all get back into it in different ways tomorrow. So thanks again, everyone, for your efforts keeping all this moving, and please do the right thing, and also cross your fingers that this surge begins to break soon. All right, so we have one action item that we do need to do tonight, but we also need to extend the meeting long enough to do that. So the next action item was scheduled for 30 minutes. So can I get a motion to extend our meeting?
I move that we extend the meeting to 11:20 p.m.
I second.
Student Trustee Dana?
Yes.
Student Trustee Lira?
Yes.
President Hinckley?
Yes.
Trustee Boyd?
Yes.
Trustee Davidson?
Yes.
Trustee Doss?
Yes.
Vice President Durham?
Yes.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. The meeting is extended by unanimous motion, and now we move to item 12B, the approval of the revisions to the Board of Education Governance Handbook, and then a discussion about areas that we might want to focus on this year. So the two attachments for this item are the Board of Governance Handbook, thank you, and the Albany Unified School District Rules of Order, which we follow in our meetings. So the Governance Handbook has the page that we actually need a motion to approve so that the revised one can be posted online. So maybe we can do the action item first and then the discussion piece of this. So the Board of Governance Handbook, I'm just going to talk slow so Julie can scroll. At some page down here has a date when it's revised and includes the board organization, board officer assignments for the year. So the highlighted text is what changes. So this will say revised on the 11th of January and have the officers for the current year, which runs December to December. So this is the only part that we're actually acting on today, just so that this can be posted so we can take action on this revision to approve it. And then I wanted to just, I asked you all to think about areas of the handbook or the rules of order that you'd like to have discussions about in the future for possible revision. So if we can start with a motion, we can complete that piece.
I move that we approve this revision of our board handbook.
Second.
Student trustee Dana?
Yes.
Student trustee Lira?
Yes.
Trustee Boyd?
Yes.
Trustee Davidson?
Yes.
Trustee Doss?
Yes.
Vice President Duran?
Yes.
President Hinckley?
Yes. So the revision to the handbook is passed unanimously. And then I know this has been a late night. This is hardly anyone's top priority at this point, but typically we do have some focus on areas of the governance handbook or rules of order that we would like to amend or expand or so forth. And that could be incorporated into often a workshop with our attorney, either in the spring or next fall. So I don't know if people had a chance to look and identify anything that you think we might want to work on or not. So I'll open it up for a few minutes. Yeah, Trustee Doss.
I'm not leaning one way or the other, but I'd like to hear from our attorney and maybe have a discussion amongst the board, taking a look at the current officers' position, how we vote and nominate those, and taking a look at how the city does theirs. It's a little different than how we run our process. Feels like worth taking a look. So I'd like to just kind of get some clarification on that so that we can have a deeper discussion around that.
Got it. Vice President Duran.
I have several, and I'll just mention them quickly, maybe just food for thought or whatever, since this is our opportunity. On the governance handbook, I have about 5 of them, if people have patience for a minute. Page 4, the mission statement. I would like to recommend that we add students when it says that empowers all to achieve their fullest potential. I think a student trustee had even said the word students empowers all students when it wasn't there, because it's just a natural that should be there. So I wanted to recommend that we add the word students there. Page 11, which is bringing up new agenda items. We have changed it so it's a weekly meeting of the board president and then a second board member on a rotating schedule, right? And that's not clear in that how we do that. So there needs to be a modification and an addition there. The superintendent, and then I just put and his designated staff, because sometimes different people show up to that meeting. Well, page 11 also had the superintendent will communicate. Any alternative recommendation to the requesting party within 14 days of the request. I think we need to revisit that one. I'm not quite sure that happens. And page 18, board member participation at school sites. And I wanted to, maybe recommend a potential addition, something about a board member shall not exert undue influence or pressure at the site, something along those lines. And page 25, Adjourn no later than 10 p.m. Yeah. Pertinent for tonight. And what I hadn't seen added was that it was board members would only speak 5 minutes for both their questions and their statements. I kind of find that hilarious because we don't do it. And, you know, maybe we really need to consider it and practice it. We could at least practice it. I don't know if we're going to be able to achieve it, but it's something we could look at. And I think that's it for now.
Okay, great. Thank you. So as a reminder, we do try to do a training around this to make sure we've all read it recently and know what's in it. So I've marked down these areas for future discussion, and we'll come back to those sometime in the future. All right, so any other agenda items, new agenda items or follow-up from this meeting that, that you want to raise? Yes, Trustee Doss.
Oh, wait, are we doing just new agenda items in general or specifically from this meeting?
With both.
Oh, okay, good. I'd like to, a while back, just to kind of give context, a while back we had a vote and I was the sole benefactor of losing the vote for AM, PM. There was some convincing argument on both sides, but I was on the tail end of the loss, which I didn't take well. I was very sad about us switching to AM, PM, and I wasn't shy about voicing that. But things have changed, and it looks like we're in a different position now, and it looks like there's a really good availability for us to transition to full day kindergarten. So I'd like to bring that back as a item for the board to vote on, and maybe have some information presented to the board as to the feasibility for making that switch. From my understanding, it's coming down from the state that everybody's going to transition to full day kindergarten in the future anyway, but I'd like Albany to get ahead of it. Currently, with our move to AM, PM, we're losing money in the realm of $1 million or so. And so we have an opportunity to no longer lose that money. There was recently an opportunity where I gave the board the opportunity to vote to fix our board stipend, as we are currently under the recommended amount from the state for that as well. And there was no support there. And I believe it was cited by more than one board member as we want to be fiscally responsible. And we are currently working at a structural deficit. So taking the $100 and so stipend and being very proactive when we're talking about being fiscally responsible, and switching to AM/PM, which costs us over $1 million each year. Seems like it seems like this would be an opportunity for us to really jump on it, because we were very active about saving the $40 to not fix the board stipend. So we're definitely going to be excited about saving the over $1 million that we are currently losing by having AM/PM as our current kindergarten schedule. But on top of that, having kids in school longer is going to help to mitigate the learning loss that's being caused by COVID and the pandemic. So would like to bring that back. Also, the pandemic is still happening, and this is a separate item, President Hinckley. The pandemic is still happening. There's still families in need. There are still food insecurities. I wanted to take a look and see if there was something that could be done in order to provide a more robust meals for families as we were doing before. I know that things have kind of changed and there hasn't been as much food available to give to families, but taking a closer look at that to see if there's something that can be done or if there's a way for us to address the food insecurities that still exist during the current pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. So we do have scheduled a presentation from district staff about our space availability and how we want to best utilize it for a variety of purposes, including potentially kindergarten, district office space, et cetera. That's currently scheduled for January 25th. I don't know if that timing is still going to work given our surge. And I also just wanted to remind people that we do have, our district has reopened a food distribution 2 Fridays a month. So maybe we can try to get the word out more about that we are back in the position of being able to do that. And actually I've been putting together a sign up for volunteers to help hand that food out. Any other agenda items? All right, then we are adjourned at 10:57 and
sorry.
Yeah.
Really quick. I know that you mentioned that there were that there's going to be a presentation about space. I just want to make sure that this agenda item is very specific in that it is specifically about this topic. I don't, I would like for it not to be kind of mixed in with other stuff, but for it to specifically be about this topic and not kind of mushed in with other items.
Got it.
Yeah.
All right, we are adjourned. See you all. We have a workshop next Tuesday, so I'll see you all then. Thanks for hanging in there. Bye.